All right, day two is here. Always love me some day two. This one's a little bit more special because the Texans have not selected. Now, they didn't select last year, but we kind of knew that was going to happen. This year, there was a lot of stuff that got us to this point. We're about 25 minutes, 26 minutes away from the draft. Cody Stoots, Landry Locker, here with you for day two of DraftaMania. And we hope that you will join us tomorrow at Karbach, 11 a.m., for the day three party / viewing in reaction to what goes on here. Before we look ahead to what the Texans may or may not do, let's kind of talk about how we got here. Nick Caserio made a couple of moves yesterday, and they didn't make it. They added some picks, but they haven't made any picks, and they head into day two loaded.
They loaded would be an understatement. I mean, they really kind of control how day two is going to operate if you believe Nick Caserio will be up to his usual tricks of trading around and moving around, because Cleveland's going to make a selection, assuming they keep the pick and they make the pick. And then the Texans have that. And then how the Texans sort of set the tone for what they may want or need with that selection. For instance, they draft a wide receiver run starts, and then the Texans, move up from 58 to get something else if they want to continue to move around. If they want to stay and make selections, 4 in the little stretch that they have those picks in, that's going to really determine a lot of how other teams operate. But I really do feel like the Texans maybe set the tone early with, hey, they take a running back. Maybe people panic take running backs. They take a offensive lineman. Well, defensive linemen, wide receivers, running backs come off the board. So they sort of control day two, especially if Caserio starts moving around.
And I'm looking at two schools for who I want to see. We'll get back into the Caserio thing. I want to play a game with the chat. Shout out to the chat. We were 2,500 deep, I think, at the peak yesterday, and it's going to get even bigger today. And tomorrow is going to be a perfect celebration of everything, the community, all that. But I'm looking at Iowa State receivers. I'm looking at Ohio State running backs. I want skill position guys. I get the offensive line thing. I think the offensive line, the value with where they're at, I don't love it. So to me, if they draft an offensive lineman, that's drafting for need. I don't want them. They say they don't draft for need. So you got to improve the skill guys. I think the skill guys can help the offensive line. I'm looking at Trey Henderson, and he goes by Trey. He doesn't go by Travion anymore. Said that at the combine. And Quinshaw Judkins out of Ohio State as potential running backs. And then at wide receiver, I'm looking at Mr. Noel, and I'm looking at Mr. Higgins. Those are the two. It's down to two schools for me. And then running back and wide receiver. That's where I'm at when it comes to what I would like to see them do very shortly whenever the draft starts. We're 23 minutes away right now, but that is what I am rooting for them to do.
They have spent so much on defense. It's time to add to this offense. They have invested in this defense and reinvested in this defense. It's time to have an offense forward selection process here in this draft. And I'm in favor of anything on offense here. And I would tell you that 58, I'm in favor of pretty much anything on offense. And the same with maybe 2 of the 3 picks that they have over there in the third round. So I would just very much like to see them add to a offense that was very disappointing and then lost pieces that they thought they were going to be able to count on maybe a year ago that allowed them to focus on the defense. You're not going to have Tank Dell this year. You've got to get somebody in there to help out Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. Okay, you got to get someone in there. It's not Justin Watson. It's not John Mechie. I don't care how proud Nick Caserio is of Xavier Hutchinson. It's not him. So you got to get somebody in there. You've got to get a pass catcher, and you've got to give somebody an opportunity to help out Joe Mixon. They're going to run the football. Hopefully they're going to be a better football team, Landry, and they're going to actually have a big lead at some point, and they're going to want to just turn around and hand it to the running back a bunch. Like, you need somebody to take a little bit of the workload away from Joe Mixon. So I totally get you want the Ohio State backs, you want the Iowa State wide receivers. I get it.
See, my draft crush kind of developed a little bit later. And the other good thing about this, about having all this ammo and this previously mentioned ammo, is you're loaded to the point where just because you make one decision doesn't mean you can make the other decision shortly after with the ammo you have. So that's the beauty of having this. You could draft this position and then trade up and figure something out. So that's the beauty of having the ammo. But my draft crush, I've developed it on Judkins. I think he's a smart guy. Yale was on his final list of potential schools, and I think he's a very talented running back. And you look at what he did at Ole Miss the 2 years before he went to Ohio State. He was all first team SEC his freshman and sophomore year. And I got to wonder, like, if he stays at Ole Miss and he's all SEC first team 3 years in a row, how is he being discussed along the likes of Omarion Hampton? I'm not saying he's better than Hampton. I'm saying maybe the discussion kind of changes a little bit. But what we saw him do, he went to Ohio State. He won national championships. He had 3 touchdowns against Notre Dame. And now here he is. He's likely going to go in the second round. And I think he would be a really, really good back. And I still would like to get a back on day 3 as well. Maybe someone that you can use in the pass game. But I am a big fan of Judkins. I also like Trey Henderson. I understand the appeal of him as well. The Iowa State receivers are a little bit different because I think Higgins is the people's choice. And the Texans have visited with him at the combine. And then Noel is kind of the slot guy. But those are 2 guys. I compare it to kind of a poor man's version of Ole Miss when they had A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf, and those guys go into the second round. Not saying they're in that caliber, but you look at a team, and Iowa State actually had success. They were in the Big 12 championship game before Arizona State smacked them around. Those are 2 receivers that are really, really good players that I think that the Texans are going to have a little bit of interest in as well. And then there's another guy that I can already see the chat and it feels like we've kind of gotten to a point where the polarizing topic has shifted. We'll touch on that polarizing topic in a second. But what are your thoughts on the running back wide receiver discussion?
I really wish Quinshon Judkins would drop the Sean. He'd just be Quinn, like Travion dropped the V on. Quinn and Trey. Well, I thought that was Quinshon and Travion. No, Quinn and Trey. That's their names now. Here's the cool thing about Judkins. He is the most likely running back that they could potentially find themselves with that is capable of taking over for Joe Mixon. So Joe Mixon plays 2 more years of the Texans. They move on, and Judkins is the new number 1 guy. That's not, to me, Travion Henderson. Travion Henderson, though, is the perfect complement right now to what Joe Mixon does. So I get both of them. To answer your question about if he'd stayed at Ole Miss, we're not talking about Quinshon Judkins. He's a first-round pick. I really do believe that.
I believe it too.
So we're not talking about him. We're talking about, oh, man, he went off the board. Or maybe they'd have just drafted him at 25 if that was the case. But Judkins is sort of a complement and a succession plan. Henderson's just a better complement right now. And then once Mixon moves on, you would still need somebody to replace a good amount of the workload. Trey Henderson doesn't feel to me like he's ever going to be a bell cow guy. I would tell you running back is deeper than wide receiver, but you are making quite a sacrifice if you wait on running back. If you're not getting one of these guys from Ohio State, maybe even the Iowa kid, Caleb Johnson, and maybe even whoever you consider to be the next guy after them. A lot of people believe it's Dylan Sampson from Tennessee. So if you wait past all those guys, you are making some concessions on the overall talent of the back, it would seem. Wide receiver, it feels like the Cyclones are at the top, and then there's a tier below for the rest of those guys with big question marks for all of them.
Yeah, and there is someone that is kind of it's interesting. There's some similarities to Judkins, but he's the most popular name that we've heard, and it feels like Texans fans have kind of shifted in that direction. We'll talk about that in a sec. First, though, let's go to the soup real quick.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
ACAB Traveler says day 2, let the good times roll. They're rolling, baby. It is rolling like Limp Biscuit. Mushroom 713.
Move in, now move out. Hands up now, hands down.
Or the big timers, however you want to do it. Mushroom 713 says get the best RB rather than the 7th best offensive lineman. Well, it would technically be the 3rd best running back, depending on what you think. But yeah, that seems like a question. Offensive line, where's the offensive line? Where's the offensive line? Eh.
I do wonder, and I was looking through the visit list. I do wonder if they like guys that are not as highly rated as some of the other guys. I talk a lot about Tate Rattledge, the guard from Georgia. They didn't visit with him in the pre-draft process. They did visit with Miles Frazier, who's a similar player, was at LSU to Rattledge. So they may like guys, maybe third-round guys, more than some of these late second, early third-round guys. I don't want them to take a tackle at 34 that doesn't have a role in 2025. That would annoy me.
Well, they did it last year. It was a little different situation, but they have shown that they're not looking just in a 1-year window. Engineer on the chat says Landry likes exactly one player this year. No, but in all seriousness, I didn't like.
That's not true.
But I didn't like a lot of guys at 25. I really didn't like a lot of guys. I didn't like the receivers, and I didn't really like the offensive lineman not named Kelvin Banks and maybe not named Tyler Booker. So I'm actually very intrigued by this day too. I think there's better value. I think it's more intriguing. So I don't think that's a 100% accurate observation, but I don't think it's like, I think it is kind of representation of.
You don't have a big board. You've got a small board.
No, the board's big. It's just I cut off most of the first round guys based on the value and based on where it was. So yeah, I'm kind of there with that.
Hey, it's okay if your board is smaller than other guys' boards. There's medicine that can help that sometimes.
Yep. That is very, very true. I don't mind the offensive line at all. I don't mind.
I wish you'd fallen in love with just one guy on the offensive line at some point that was not, that they could actually draft. So I think we were both thumbs up on Kelvin Banks if he somehow ended up as a member of the Texans. But I just wish like one random guard or something, or like one random tackle or even a center. I just wish you'd have fallen in love with just one of those guys.
Didn't happen. Not this year. Did not happen this year. And quite frankly,
it'll never
happen. Them drafting offensive linemen is not the is not the ideal scenario. We'll see what happens. We'll react to it. I want you to fill in the blank, because I think most people here, whether it was on my channel, your channel, or just going on the Texans channel, they watched Nick Caserio at his press conference. Some said he looked frustrated. Some said he looked tired. Some said he looked both. But I want you to fill in the blank. I want you to fill in the blank in the chat. Caserio makes 2 day 1 trades, looks blank at his presser. What did Nick Caserio look yesterday at the press conference?
I feel like I have to use a fancy word. Perturbed. He looked perturbed, which is a synonym for unsettled. Perturbed.
So you think there was frustration in not getting his guy, or you think he was a little bit tired? You think it was past his bedtime?
He's the king of the trade up, and he couldn't trade up. That has to, I know he doesn't think about it in that term, but he had to have imagined when he woke up yesterday, he was going to make at least one deal and go get somebody.
He made 2, just not the move ups, the move back.
Let me rephrase. He was going to make one move up and get who he liked, or get someone who he liked.
On the chat, Nick Caserio looked blank at his press conference. Black Eighth Element says annoyed. Jimmy Crack Corn says broken-hearted. TTMT says he looked like he had to poop.
I bet he's got that on a schedule.
DQ says annoyed. BG says frustrated. Nobody wanted to deal. Taylor says surprised. Texas Czar says he looked tired. Tristan W says he looked horny for day 2, or maybe he's saying he's horny for day 2. Don't know.
Maybe.
And then the narrow path with Gage says he looked defeated. So maybe all the above.
What we haven't heard from D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio at the press conference. What do you think D'Amico was saying during all this? Was he just sitting there, just kind of looking over at Caserio, being like, "Okay, I see the board."
It's a really good question.
I see the board. Like, are we going to move? What if Walter
Nolan was who they were looking at? What if we're looking in the wrong place? Like, what if they anticipated, like, after they couldn't trade up to 12, what if they just like started shifting focus towards Walter Nolan, and D'Amico just had his dream of like the ultimate defense, like the greatest Texans defense of all time?
Then they were probably a little surprised when Arizona did what they did. I don't want to say that was like a shock to anyone, but it does feel like Arizona surprised a few people with the Walter Nolan selection. And so I wonder if maybe that was the genesis for, well, let's go ahead and work that trade back. I don't know. It's not out of the question they were interested in Walter Nolan.
No, and I don't think it would be crazy. Like, he's a top 5 talent. You already have a really good defense. You need D-line, like interior D-line. So I'll put it this way, if a kid needs to be developed to reach his full potential, I think between Rankins, Anderson, Hunter, Autry, I think he could probably, I don't know that there's too many better surroundings than that. So maybe and D'Amico. I'm not even mentioning the most important thing. So I don't know. I want to get into what I think has become the most polarizing topic of the day. And we've kind of just been glossing over him. But Luther Burden, case for and case against. It feels like he's a very polarizing name, because I kind of relate him to Judkins in some ways, in that I think if Judkins hadn't transferred to Ohio State and had just continued doing what he was doing at Ole Miss, that maybe people look at him a little bit different. And I think if Luther Burden just wouldn't have played football in 2024,
yeah,
there might be like a way of looking at him different. So I don't know. Like, it's not like he had a bad combine.
No, 4.41.
There's just, it's a very polarizing thing with Luther Burden and what teams do or don't think of him, because someone that has a year like he does at 2020 in 2023, he's immediately on everyone's top 10 early draft list. And now here he is, we're talking about wide receivers, and he's the third guy we mentioned.
And he's had a lot more production than some of the guys that we're talking about too, like big time production. Because success in the Big 12 is not equal to success in the SEC. I do wonder if teams worry about his ability to consistently succeed outside. And Missouri ran the offense through him. Like, he was the guy. So they gimmicked a lot of stuff for him. They threw him stuff sideways. They threw him screens. And that's kind of the way you would probably get him involved at the NFL level. And I just wonder if teams want something a little bit cleaner. Like, I know how I'm going to use this guy. I don't have to gimmick him the ball. I know he can just go win down the sideline, or I know he'll beat guys over the middle. It's really hard to ignore. Like, him and Ollie Gordon were two of the best players in the universe 2 seasons ago. And then this past season, they both just had horrible years compared to their previous season. And for Burden, it's a little bit harder to understand because, yeah, Missouri was not as good, but they had a lot of the same situations that he dealt with in the previous year. Like, it didn't drastically change. It's not like they had like 20 guys leave on offense and he was the only one that stuck around. So it's tough to explain.
He's going probably top 15 picks of this round, I would say. I would say Luther Burden's probably gone in the top 15. There's no chance he falls to 58. That would be like really surprising, but there's.
You interested at 34?
At Burden, not really. I would rather have
Higgins,
one of the Iowa State guys, or one of the Ohio State guys. Not really.
I also see draft prognosticators throw the Deebo Samuel label around on Burden sometimes, and they make it pretty clear the size is not the exact same, but hey, just get him the ball in a bunch of different ways. Okay, but what did we say about Deebo Samuel a bunch? Like, yeah, it'd be nice if he just did some of the wide receiver stuff a little bit better. I just don't know if it's as clean of a draft pick as some of the other guys that are available. It gets down the board a little bit. Somebody's going to take a swing. It just doesn't feel right for the Texans at 34, though.
Yeah, and it doesn't really. Debo was like a 1 of 1 when he was at his best, and the thing about it is that he's not doing it anymore. Like there's not much of a shelf life for it. So I don't know that you just find someone and say this guy is going to be Debo. Like how many guys are really being used like Debo was like in the NFL? It's not happening with a lot of guys. So it's kind of like when Bobby Slowick comes here and you're talking about this guy is this guy and that guy is that guy, and you can use this guy like Debo. I don't know. And I don't know how Burden translates, but does he love football is a good question. I don't know. I really don't know. That's
if I was taking a guess, I would think that people put him in the loves what football does for him category.
Yeah, I mean that's what I heard. I've been talking about the Clarence Hill thing, but where Clarence Hill of the Dallas with Kavanaugh said that he's not really that anxious to practice. So who
That's
knows?
not good.
Yeah. Super chat T-Man
You ain't never hate.
Swarm
says, curious if Nick realizes running back is a need, hasn't addressed it minus the Mixon trade since he's been here. And that's another thing. They've completely ignored it. So they got to figure something out. He did basically say that the other two running backs are more specialists than they are RBs. So he should know that. Zach says, if Nick ain't got his vest on, we're effed. He hadn't been rocking it lately. Wag says, what's your pro comparison for Burden and Judkins? Burden,
I don't have you. I haven't read a consistent one on Burden.
I don't know. He's Dino Samuel. That's what he is. He's Dino Samuel. That's what I call him. Dino Samuel. Judkins is like Kareem Hunt is what I've heard. He's kind of like a Kareem Hunt, who, by the way, was leading the league in rushing his rookie season, I think, before he got in trouble, or the next year, whenever it was.
I liked one analyst saying he also thinks Joe Mixon for Quinshon Judkins, and so
Wouldn't mind it.
I'd be in favor of that. Lance Zierlein was pretty generous with his NFL comparison for Luther Burden,
What did he say?
in the vein of Garrett Wilson.
Well, CJ calls Garrett Wilson the most talented receiver that he's ever been around. So, I mean, if that's the case, then everybody there was a big trade for Garrett Wilson type of thing. Hell, you might get him at 34, according to Lance. And obviously comparisons are different. Justin Pearson says, best case, in my opinion, in order: Johnson, Henderson, Bech, Tate, Scat, in that order.
Is he giving us 34, 58, 79, 89, 99? I think that's what he's giving us. He's not saying these guys at 34. You can't take Jack Bech at 34. I like him, but you can't take him there. That's what I think he's saying. I think Justin's saying this is the perfect day 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He said, he has it 34, then 58, then
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I initially thought this was his.
Good. If that's your layout, then that's a pretty damn good layout right there.
I'm in.
But I don't think that you're going to get. I don't think you're getting Henderson at 58.
I'm in on this. I'd sign up for this.
Yeah, this is good. I just don't think it's realistic. But yeah, that would be a hell of a dream for them.
Be a very, very big positive for the Honkas to end up with Bech and Scattaboo.
ESG Soccer says, let's go, boys. 700 viewers, 74 likes, up. Yeah, go ahead and like the damn video. Appreciate everyone for rolling through. Be at the party tomorrow, Karbach. By the way,
look at that merch.
Look at that.
Giveaways for the folks. Look at that. Beautiful.
Little S&L shirt.
That's a nice shirt too. That's a good quality shirt.
Jacob Hyatt on the soup. He says, nothing beats Nick Caserio in a fluid situation, as he stated last night. He does love the word fluid. He is ready to draft the next Henry To'oTo'o and Xavier Hutchinson. You're trying to piss me off before the draft starts. We were like a minute out. Jake. Why does he keep mentioning?
Hut.
He's doing the Bill O'Brien thing though, where he mentions like the guys on the back end of the roster as like some sort of source of like excellence.
Well, the draft is the draft, Landry.
Yeah.
Contracts are contracts.
Yeah.
Money is money. I'm slightly annoyed that he just can't say the draft is awesome. Well, there's lots of ways to add players to the team. Yeah. And if you sign a free agent in May, that guy usually sucks.
Fact.
Yeah.
Fact.
So
Barney Graham says, guys, at least Josh Simmons is off the board. Giddy up for night 2 on the stream.
I loved how the immediately out of Kansas City. Well, Josh Simmons' knee is perfectly fine, and he's going to be ready at training camp, and he's going to be on the field. And it's like, oh, okay, so his knee's perfectly fine, but you haven't seen him do any football, anything, any explosive anything. But his knee's perfectly fine. Okay, doctors in Kansas City. Sure.
Remember when A-Dub said before surgery 1 of 3 would take Dell that he was going to recover 100%?
I'm going to hold Aaron to that. But Aaron, you said, God, it's already 6 o'clock. The draft's already here.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
That's
Zombie ate my bra. Chad Reuter graded the Texans an A for trading back. I never listened to Chad Reuter. Is he good?
Chad had some wild ass Texan stuff in his mock drafts this year. He also is the guy they charge with doing a 3-rounder in like February, and then he does a 7-rounder by the time the draft gets here. And I think sometimes it just melts his brain because he had them doing some crazy stuff. So I take Chad with I take him as I get him. And he's kind of wishy-washy for me. He's just all over the place sometimes. I think it just melts his brain having to do 7-round mock drafts.
Justin Pearson says, let's just hope I'm as on point with my best case as I was with the dart trade. Pray. There you go. There you go.
How do you think Shedeur Sanders is feeling right now? Because he's supposed to go. I mean, Cleveland's been a team that's linked to him. If he goes at 33, the Texans really kind of have the lay of the land. Obviously, Cleveland could take somebody the Texans like. They should take Travion Henderson.
Well, maybe they just try to satisfy the fan base with an old Buckeye. Try to get him fired up.
That's the coolest. We've talked about this for weeks. When you're at the top of the 2nd round, you're guaranteed to get somebody that, like, you put your guys, those little groups. Guess what? All those groups fell apart last night for Nick Caserio. So his little group that he starts with today in round 2, he's guaranteed to get one of the guys from his group.
Guaranteed. Is Shedeur Sanders have a camera on him, or did he kind of get away from that?
So I found this out today. He built out that draft party setup, like in his house. He had people come in and bring in like stuff to like build out the draft party location that he was at.
So he like designed it?
He designed it. Mm-hmm. Like customized, designed it. And I got to imagine it's still there. So you could go back to it if you wanted. You could go back to it. You want to take a gander at the Jeremiah's best available?
Yeah, let's see what he's got, because this has been our reference point.
So 7 guys in Jeremiah's top 32 are still available.
Wow.
Which I can't imagine many people expected that to be the case. And guys like Donovan Jackson and Tyreek Williams getting into the 1st round moved some really impressive players down the board. And if the Texans hadn't signed Jalen Petrie to an extension, I feel like we probably would be very excited for a Nick Amenawari pick right now. But with Petrie in tow, it seems excessive and unnecessary.
Yeah, I would say so.
If you see a player's name in red, by the way, that is a Texans visit with that player. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't draft somebody they haven't visited with. Most notably, last year, Blake Fisher. They did not visit with Blake Fisher in a 30 visit, but they still drafted him. I'm shocked that both of these DBs are still available, Manowari and Will Johnson.
They're saying Will Johnson has a really bad knee.
That's unfortunate for Will Johnson. Then
That's what they're saying. They're saying that it's a medical thing, perhaps, which sometimes that stuff it appears and then it's a non-factor. Sometimes it's there's really something there, but the medical is the thing with Will Johnson. Even Warrior, I think, is interesting because I thought for sure he was going on the back end of the first round, especially after his combine. Some people have thrown out the possibility of maybe the Texans just going crazy and taking the guy. Don't really know.
I'm not in favor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too in favor. They do have the extra picks. How come we're not talking about Mason Taylor? How come we're not talking about maybe getting the third best tight end in the draft?
Depth at the position, and Mason Taylor feels like a guy that is pretty good at a couple of things and not great at everything, or not great at anything, I should say. He's very Egbuka-esque in that he's pretty good at a lot of stuff. There's no one trait that he's great at. Whereas if you told me, hey, Elijah Arroyo, that's a dynamic pass catcher. You might be able to work on some of his physicality, but that's a dynamic pass catcher.
See, this is one of those situations where I guess Cleveland wants to take their time, but guys, you know what you're doing. Texans, you know what you're doing probably too. So let's just get this going.
Yeah, it's start spinning our wheels here. Let's go. Let's start moving down the road here.
It's still popping there too. Do you think that Nick Caley has any say in what goes on in this draft? And if so, how much would he have? And this is complete guess. We don't know what Nick Caley is or isn't going to do. We don't know what he's capable of doing. We don't even know what effing offense he's running. He's kind of the mystery man. Nick Caley. We do know that he exists. We did see him, and we did hear from him. But how much of a say do you give an offensive coordinator running a new system? You got to think a lot, right?
I would say his opinion on a guy is very important because it goes from the scouts up to ultimately the coaches that got to figure those guys out. I wouldn't just draft the guy because he fits what Nick Caley's ultimately going to run. If Caley is to that point where he knows that, I wouldn't do that way. But if Caley says, "Hey, I could do this with the guy," maybe that helps D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio make the decision. Like, I don't really know what I would do with that guy, or I don't know if I can change that guy's position on the offensive line and make it work with him. Okay, well then let's stay away from that guy. So I would say his input is essential to any of the offensive prospects, but he's not slamming on the table and saying, "We got to get this guy, D'Amico."
Yeah, and I just also wonder, like, how much is D'Amico Ryans involved in an offense that he knows nothing about? I mean, obviously he's involved. I think D'Amico's voice might be the most important, but how much are you listening to what D'Amico says versus, and Caserio's kind of got a little bit of expertise in this. Like, I don't know if you're standoffish. I don't know if you're as aggressive. The whole dynamic is interesting when it comes to those. So the pick is in now with Cleveland. So they are picking, they are not trading. So we will see who Cleveland goes with. Right now, I'm actually on the NFL Network when ESPN has to play little NBA action.
Oh, they got bumped to the second ESPN 2, the second ESPN.
Yeah, so I'll go to the ABC.
We haven't called it
better Vigi, but the pick is in on NFL Network. So see what the hell the Browns do.
They're
They're showing Imamori. They got a little shot on Imamori. He's looking focused.
So the ABC crew is Saban, Reese Davis, Field Yates, and Desmond Howard. That's a pretty good crew. It's a pretty good crew. I just really like Reese Davis. Again, what the Browns do, it doesn't drastically affect the Texans. They're going to have somebody. It's not like there's one player that has to make it past the Cleveland Browns so that the Houston Texans can select him. They're going to have a multitude of places where they can go. Joe Thomas, the announcer for this pick. By the way, if you're new and you didn't watch yesterday, we go off of the TV reaction. So we're not looking on social media for who it is. We're not looking for insiders to let us know. We go off of the TV reaction.
And Joe Thomas looking skinny as hell. Good Lord.
A badger. Carson Schlesinger. Linebacker from UCLA.
He's good, man. I didn't know they needed defense, but he's a good player.
No, he's not.
Carson Schlesinger. So there you go. So the Texans, the offense is available. We're about to get the first pick for the Texans, or are we?
I was reading about Carson Schlesinger, and I was listening to Connor Rogers talk about him. And Connor was just sitting back, letting two other guys talk about him, and they were just gushing over Schlesinger. Who's got a cool story. He started as a walk-on, turned into a big-time player for UCLA. And they're hyping him up, and Connor Rogers goes, I don't like him. And he's like, what? And he goes, he spends too much time on the ground, and linebackers shouldn't be on the ground. And I just started laughing about the way he said it. And the other guy was like, well, what do you mean? He's like, he just gets blocked into oblivion. He's always on the ground. He's like, linebackers shouldn't always be on the ground. Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
That's a fair point.
Fair assessment. That was number 40 on the overall big board for Daniel Jeremiah as well.
All right, so here we go.
Texans
on the clock. The pick is in, so they knew who they wanted. It was very quick.
They're sticking and picking. Don't draft that tackle from Minnesota.
That's your boy.
Ursery? I've not said anything about Ursery.
It's your dog right there.
Don't pick Ursery.
Some people say O-line. Got to improve the O-line.
I don't know. I don't know if there's an offensive lineman that makes sense at 34. Owen Daniels will announce the pick, by the way.
Oh, what if Owen is announcing a tight end?
What if Owen is announcing a tight end? That would be interesting. That'd be very interesting. That'd be Taylor, right? If they were going tight end.
Maybe.
I wish my hair looked like Schlesinger's hair.
You're very hair envious, dude.
Yeah, I just can't grow it long like that. It looks good now. Don't say anything. But I just can't. I'd look silly if I got it real long like that. Oh, we got a war room shot. Okay. Got a war room shot. D'Amico's trying not to smile. D'Amico had one of these going. D'Amico's trying not to smile. Another Badger.
They're all just looking up. Look at Owen Daniels. Owen Daniels, I think you're on that
high-grade marijuana called Kush on the streets.
And I respect you for it. My friend.
Jaden Higgins.
There you go.
Let's go. Oh, my gosh. All right. I didn't think they'd do it.
So there you go. Jaden Higgins.
Wow. All right. Wide receiver, Iowa State. Boy, that's gonna be fun.
I did a whole video on him and nobody cared. So Jaden Higgins, we've kind of broken this down. mentioned the Iowa State receivers this morning. I think this is an excellent pick. He's a guy who can line up. He can line up in the slot. He can line up outside. Steve Smith and James Palmer were actually talking about, well, Steve Smith was, and James was piggybacking, but they were talking about that he could have been someone that they would consider trading into the first round. I think he's probably the best Iowa State guy. The biggest pushback I got, which I thought was really weird pushback, and we kind of had some fun with this, was that, well, you know, he's too much like Nico Collins or something. And I was like, okay, that's cool. I mean, if that's your problem and you have two of those, all good. But Jaden Higgins, I think, is better than Burden. And he's one of those guys who can line up all over the place. They don't know whether he can be a big slot. They don't know whether he can be an outside guy, but he's got that mentality. And again, I brought this up before, and I'll bring it up again. Matt Campbell, Nick Caley, they grew up 10 miles within each other in Ohio. Nick Caley idolized high school football coaches. Matt Campbell's dad was a high school football coach from 7 miles down the road. So it's not like he was doing him any favors, but he was going to have as much information as possible. Few people, if you watch Ohio guys get together and talk ball, few guys are going to have as much of a bond as guys from Ohio talking football. So if there was information, if there was a nudge, this was the guy. And I think Jaden Higgins improves this wide receiver room. And quite frankly, if your goal was to improve your skill position guys, you have extra picks to deal with, and you got a guy that probably would have been too early at 25, but right here at 34, I think it's about right, because you weren't getting him at 58.
There was a conversation late in the draft process that this is a player that if there wasn't a wide receiver available that the Packers liked, they just go ahead and take him in the first round. Obviously, Green Bay took Golden, but really strong hands, does not drop the ball very often at all, wins contested catches because he's a big receiver. And there was a lot of questions about how fast he was going to run, what's the athleticism look like, and the athletic profile came back very clean through the combine. Fast guy. He's also, from a mentality standpoint, there's not a lot of pizzazz or, anything like that from Jaden Higgins. He's pretty low key. Again, another similarity to Nico Collins. And so, man, they have a pretty impressive outside duo from a physicality standpoint. It's also worth noting, you think about height, weight, speed, hand size, arm length, all those different measurables, very similar to Nico Collins in a lot of those places.
Identical. Identical, like to it, like at an extreme level, identical. And that's what kind of, I think there was kind of a misperception. And I know we talk about Jeremiah a lot. First of all, either way, cool. Like if he plays like Nico Collins, or if he, if he's has the same measurements as Nico Collins, either way, that's cool. But I think Daniel Jeremiah does like multiple things. He'll compare like every once in a while, not every time, but like he'll give a player comp from how they play on the field. But he has taken on something that I think is interesting. I think it actually provides a good visual, especially around the combine, of guys with identical measurements. And a lot of times, like it's incredibly close. So that was really the comparison with the Nico Collins. So we'll see what happens with Higgins. He's nothing like Xavier Hutchinson. I know some people might be like, oh my God, another Iowa State receiver. Who cares? Good pick. They're not the same.
He is nothing like Xavier Hutchinson. And another thing, you and I both like Dane Brugler's The Beast, Landry. It's always fun when you go to a guy's profile on The Beast and you see that he's got an extra large strength section, and then you see that his weakness section is about that big, because that's always a big positive for the guy. Man, I like this pick. That's among the things that I would have done there, and it's a good job by them.
Right,
Eastern Kentucky to Iowa State. And despite just 2 seasons at Iowa State, finished as the 7th all-time leading receiver for the Cyclones.
Well, and there's also another interesting element. And if y'all want to go back on the Locker Room channel, we'll be live after after the S&L stream. There's a couple of other interesting elements about Jaden Higgins as well, in that he's kind of more of a basketball player like in high school. So he was actually one of those kids who he was one of the top high school basketball players, I think, like in his area. And football was really something that he kind of started becoming interested in a little bit later. And because of COVID, when you weren't on the recruiting radar early on, it was kind of difficult because of all the limitations, like less games, less camps, like all that type of stuff. So the fact that he picked up football later on in high school, he kind of got on the radar later, and he ended up having to go to Eastern Kentucky, and then he went to Iowa State. So he kind of got a little bit behind that. It doesn't matter if you get in late, like normally, but with given that it was like right in the heart of COVID, that's kind of why there's a little bit of late blooming. So he's not as experienced as a lot of these guys that have been focused on football for most of their life. So that might be how he ended up. That is how he ended up at Eastern Kentucky and then Iowa State.
Nick Manowari just got picked by the Seattle Seahawks. They've got a type. Hey, let's put a freak back there in our defensive backfield. Your point about Higgins, arriving to the game late too. I do wonder if there's always a conversation to be had. Like, hey, is there some more that we can draw out of this guy? Is there more learning, fine-tuning to his game that we can put together? You don't necessarily want a finished product, but there's a lot to work with. 6'4", 214, 4.47 40 at the combine, 39-inch vertical jump, 10.8 on the broad jump. I mean, he checked a lot of those athletic profile boxes that people were hoping he would. And man, that's a fun duo with him and Nico Collins. And this is a wide receiver that signed beyond this year. Nico didn't have a lot of talented guys that were signed beyond this year hanging out with him in the wide receiver room.
There's two total, Nico and Tank Dell. And Tank Dell's going to be on the final year of perhaps missing an entire season.
Watson's got a 2-year deal.
Oh, yeah, and Hutchinson too. Oh, yeah, Watson, yeah. He got wrapped up. How could I forget?
Don't leave Justin Watson out of it.
Well, D'Amico said he's one of the most consistent players in the league, and that's not a misquote. John Cook on the Super Chat says, I took a tongue-in-cheek shot at Landry last night in a Super Chat while under the influence. It didn't go over well. I genuinely apologize to you both. I don't even remember. And hey, if you're going to Super Chat and take shots at me, I do not care. It does not bother me. Wag says Higgins pro comparison is Michael Pittman Jr. I'll take Michael Pittman Jr. on this team, especially. And let's be honest, I know a lot of people make fun of Michael Pittman Jr. His quarterback situation's ass. So I would love for CJ Stroud to be able to throw to Nico Collins and a Michael Pittman Jr. Stone Alone 5 times says, let's go. He's got the truck going. He's rolling. He's clapping. He might, hopefully, yeah, maybe he's just driving fast. Bubba Homeschool says Higsky and Hutch.
Don't even
put him in with Aiden Hutchinson. They're not a duo.
Don't even put them in the same part of the locker room.
They're not a duo. Okay.
You know what? Here's my suggestion. Kick Dylan Horton out of his locker and put Jaden Higgins right next to Nico.
Yeah, don't lump them in together.
36 is in the books here, Landry.
Trill Kick X says, Broom, I called it, baby. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. And there you go, Cleveland. I said that they were going to look at their running back, perhaps a Buckeye, and there you go. Quinshawn Judkins drafted by the Cleveland Browns. I think this is an excellent pick by Cleveland. Obviously, Nick Chubb, RIP to being elite. You get a guy who is all first-team SEC the first 2 years of his college career, including straight out of high school. He decides he wants to probably get more NIL. I don't know if it's NIL money or he wanted to win. He goes to Ohio State. He wins. They end up winning the national championship. He scores a few touchdowns in the national championship game, and his touchdown production really doesn't drop down. and he's the third running back taken. So Quinshon Judkins out of Ohio State, he goes to the Cleveland Browns. Also very smart. You saw his mom on the screen. She's an attorney. You saw his father. He is a business owner. He is a very, very smart kid. He also had Yale on his finalists.
Hold on. This one guy said, "Are there any other running backs left?"
There's a few.
One running back went off the board. Come on.
There's a few. There's a few.
Kenneth, don't freak out. Don't freak out, Kenneth. Would you have been perturbed if the Texans had taken Higgins at 25?
I mean, it would have been interesting. I mean, it would have been a hell of a. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, I would think, damn, they must really love this guy. But it is kind of fascinating how 9 spots when the number 1 is in front of it versus 2, it does kind of change your mindset. So maybe I would. I'm not acting like that's the like a mindset that is composed of sense, but I think maybe so.
If you just had him at 25 and didn't get those picks, then it would have been a bit like, could you have traded back and got him? Would have been my big question if they drafted him at 25. Like, couldn't you have just traded back and gotten this guy? Because the teams after you, in theory, weren't drafting him. All right, so the Raiders traded with the Dolphins. Cool. The Dolphins feel very dead fish in the water type team to me. Also, D'Amico he had like a little
smile, yeah.
He had like a little can't contain my excitement smile before they picked him.
Barney Graham says, do we roll the dice and wait on Rutledge, or do we need to move up, and how far? I don't think you have to move up for him if you want him.
Yeah, I would be surprised, especially with the amount of wide receivers that are still on the board, edge rushers that are still on the board, and just some other random players that are good at other positions. I would be surprised if you had to move up for Tate Rattledge, the Georgia guard.
Trill Kick X, Owen Daniels can still go out for routes. He's in shape, man. He's in shape. He stayed in shape. I Must Paneline says, check the Texans post because it seems like it.
Okay, I'll go do some investigating. They may have they would have taken him at 25. I'm guessing what she's saying.
Do I look pretty smart for my tweet during my morning walk this morning at 9:27 a.m.?
I do not know what you tweeted. What did you tweet this morning at 9:27 a.m.?
Pull it up, man. Do I look smart or not? I'm just asking. By the way, go check out the video if you want to get in on the Jaden Higgins talk.
The resetting of the familiarity.
Yeah, man. Iowa State guys. Are you surprised they did this? What would have
Landry's comment from 9:27 a.m. this morning in the middle of a 7-mile walk? Is that what you said?
Nah, it's just like a 9.
Oh no. Miami, why'd you do this to me?
Yes. Thank you. Good Lord, thank you.
Jonah Savanaia off the board now.
Thank you.
Yeah, Landry hates good players on the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mike McDaniel. I appreciate you.
By the way, Jaden Higgins being drafted probably kills your Kyle Williams nightmare too.
Yes, it does. It does.
Jonah.
So here goes your offensive lineman, your spare.
Oh, Jonah. I miss you already. This was the Texans post.
Okay.
Jaden Higgins, no matter what, which is a parody of Draft Day, Kevin Costner.
Okay. Do you think that was really the case?
That was not the case, and in no way, shape, or form is that how Nick Caserio operates. So Somebody,
for everybody.
I saw somebody get fooled today on Twitter by the story that they tell about Bo Callahan, the quarterback. It's like, oh, they put $100 bill in the back of the playbook, and he lied about taking it or not getting it or whatever. That's the story in the show. Somebody took it word for word, but just inserted Cam Ward's name. They're like, the Titans were really impressed when Cam Ward sent the $100 bill back and said, "Pay me this when I win you the Super Bowl." and I had to go find the scene on YouTube and send it to the guy. And I was like, "This is from a movie. Stop."
What, he was calling him out on it, or he was saying that?
No,
he was like,
he's like, "This is kind of cool," and I was like, "That's not what happened. It's fake. You're getting duped. Don't get duped."
Well, draft day, it's not like he's quoting freaking like some awesome sports movie. I like draft day, but
draft day's a sort of fun watch because it's so bad. He's banging his secretary in the middle of the day.
Well, and she's also the secretary, and she manages the salary cap.
Oh yeah, that too.
Yeah, Jennifer Gardner manages the salary cap and is the secretary. It's kind of crazy. Like, she's in charge of their entire salary cap, and she's banging. And like, the wife hates him and all that, or the mom hates her, and then she grows on her in a matter of like 2 hours. They put ashes out on draft day as if they wouldn't like find a better day for that. Darth Derp says, just got home. What y'all's reaction to Higgins? Rewind, my friend. Rewind to the 37-minute mark. You got the whole thing. Stone alone 5 times, but we like the pick. We do like the pick. I do. I'm a Higgins guy. Stone alone 5 times says, so how many more picks do the Texans have in the second round, and what's the order? They got one more at 58, and then we're going 69, 79, 89, or 79, 89, 99.
79, 89, 99.
Yeah, so then we got 3.
So this is what the Texans have remaining. 58, 79, 99 on day 2.
Joseph G says, petition for a Stoots stash on Landry.
See how many signatures you get. I did say if they drafted back-to-back clean-shaven draft prospects, I would shave my mustache for the summer. And Jaden Higgins, he's got the little chin stuff, so the mustache is safe.
Okay.
The mustache is safe. Now, a trade up for Tate Rattledge gets me a mullet, which is not nearly as fun.
Damn, it's popping at the Judkins household.
I would, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you be excited until you get to Cleveland? The football team. I liked the city when I was there. I visited for a few days last year.
Badass downtown. Very underrated. Very, very underrated. But I like the Higgins pick. Now, where are we going? Let's look ahead. Let's start the countdown to the next pick. So they've already gotten Higgins. Now we're looking at running back, and we're looking at offensive line.
Sure.
What are we looking at 58?
You really could use some edge rushers and some defensive tackles pushing some players down the board. I don't see how Travion Henderson makes it to 58. He's in a running back class all by himself amongst the available players. So I don't know how he gets to 58.
Yeah, I would say he does not, and I would say he probably goes in the next 4 or 5 picks.
Let's play this game here with Daniel Jeremiah.
Chicago didn't go running back. They kind of ignored it.
I would tell you Travion Henderson's in serious consideration for Chicago. They have 2 selections here. They have 39 and 41.
Yeah, so they want to surround Caleb Williams with as much as possible.
They were interested in Ashton Genty as well in a trade up. So, see what the Pats pick here, and then we can start playing the 20 pick game. I mean, some really good players being available, like Will Johnson and Mike Green and Donovan Esiruaku. Like, that should be able to push some players down. The Texans visited with Trey Amos. They're not going to draft a corner. So hopefully he comes off the
Look,
board.
dude, if at 58, you might need to. Like the depth is not good. Like I know look, if I say this all the time, and I think it really needs to be hammered home with some of the dialogue that's going on in the chat. Like, if you told me that I could just turn in the car to Goodell and say, I want an awesome offensive lineman, then that would be great. It doesn't work that way, though. It doesn't work that way. So you need to you need to factor in what's available and what's not. And there you go. Trey Henderson is going to New England. No surprise there. We actually talked about this.
Perfect compliment to Ramondre Stevenson.
Well, we talked about this, and we brought this up because Mike Vrabel's an Ohio State guy. He was on that's where he started his career. He's a Buckeye. He's a legend there. Hell, when we thought Ryan Day was going to get fired, that was probably one of the 3 most popular names that we heard about Ohio State. So, guy that wants to run the ball, guy that wants to help his young quarterback, just like we said, Chicago helping Caleb Williams with Trey Henderson would be nice. I'm calling him Trey because that's what he wants to be called. They'll catch on to that in New England. It makes sense. It makes very much sense. Just much like we were talking about the Loveland Harbaugh connection, Ohio State, Mike Vrabel, Trey Henderson, all that.
My willingness to trade up from 58 has pretty much evaporated.
Yeah, the running back thing now, you just wonder, like, is it Johnson? Is it going to be a little bit later? They're not. I do hope they get away with one of these gadget guys, whether it's Smith from SMU or Blue from Texas, like a little bit later on. But the like really, really elite possibilities at running back, they're kind of gone. So
everything else now is perceived to be a tier below here. So, Caleb Johnson's a fine football player. He's not Trey Henderson or Quinshon Judkins.
No, the one thing that Caleb Johnson did that I think D'Amico Ryans would really, really like is he didn't fumble last year. Oh my God. He carried the ball how many times and didn't fumble? Like, I could see D'Amico getting really, like, that is a stat that D'Amico would oh my gosh. He didn't fumble once.
I mean, keeping a hold of the football is important.
It is. I know it's an important stat. It's just
you're just trying to downplay fumbles because you want Jaden Blue on this team.
No, I damn sure don't want him between the tackles.
You're trying to downplay fumbles because you want Jaden Blue.
No, I just think D'Amico is so defensive minded that like he protect the football.
Landry, Barney's got a good question for you.
Would Cowboys be a good trade up target? They want picks. Yeah, much like yesterday, I think so. I think the Cowboys, and I also think the Cowboys were in this running back thing, so they might want to trade back. But Texans might have been in the same category. But yes, I do. I think the Cowboys, they want another running back. Last year they undervalued it. This year, it looks like they want to run the rock. They're trying to improve their O-line, but they want running backs, so they might be wanting to trade back now. I don't know if they would have traded back had Judkins and Henderson been there, but they traded back.
Ian Rappaport, I don't know if he's connecting dots that aren't there or Ian Rappaport knows something, but he tweeted, if you're wondering what the league thought of Iowa State's Jaden Higgins, 2 teams, the Titans and the Raiders, both traded out after he was picked by the Texans. I don't know if that seems like that could also be coincidence, but there could also be like he's an NFL insider. He knew those teams were interested in that guy. So, I mean, if you didn't get him at 34, you certainly weren't getting him at 58. And now we have the little wait here unless Caserio gets to moving. What are the Bears going to do? They just lost the running back that would have fit perfect for him. Oh, they're doing the Landry, they're doing the draft room clap.
All right, guys, on 3.
Caserio hates that. He's called it out before. He hates it so much. So we don't do the whole draft rooms clapping.
All right, guys. That's the Chris Ballard. By the way, we got this report early. Let's find out if he nailed it or not. Laramie Fowler was at NRG. I wonder if he ate some of the cafeteria food. Laramie Fowler was posted up at NRG. Here was his report earlier on what he thought the Texans would do.
All right, thank you, Landry and Cody. I'm Laramie Fowler. I'm outside of the Texans team cafeteria. Earlier this morning, it was an early morning for D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. They came in, they ate breakfast, egg white omelets. Actually, it might have been regular egg omelets, or it could have been sausage, bacon, pancake. They ate breakfast. Now, as far as what they're going to do in the draft, I'm hearing it's offensive line all the way at 34. Offensive line all the way, or they could go receiver, or they could go running back. And with the other 5 picks, they're going to be very active. They're going to be looking to trade up, back, or they could stay put. Back to you guys, Laramie Fowler.
Nailed it again. He nailed it again.
He did. He's batting 1,000. Send him to the Hall of Fame.
39 is in. The Chicago Bears select Luther Burden out of Missouri. How about that?
Boy, Ben Johnson just trying to build a super team up there.
Luther Burden selected.
Ben Johnson. Colston Loveland in the first round, Luther Burden in the second round.
And Ben Johnson's trying to find his Jamison Williams, man.
And 3 new offensive linemen.
He's trying to figure it out. Boy, that Will Johnson leg must be really bad.
Sure. Oh, yeah, sure.
Must be really bad.
Oh,
there
sure.
you go, Luther Burden.
You know what? This sidebar on Chicago right now. Who do you draft in fantasy? They got all these mouths to feed now. DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, just drafted Burden, drafted Colston Loveland. They got Cole Kmet. They're going to get a running back at some point.
I don't know. Maybe just Caleb Williams. I don't.
Little year 2. Woo.
Couldn't get worse.
Well, year 2. You know, Luther, was it? No, it wasn't Luther Burden, but there were a lot of the prospects that made it to Green Bay that were like, there's nothing up here. And so I have to imagine Luther Burden, though he was not thrilled to be a second-round pick, is happy that he wasn't a Green Bay Packer. So now he's headed to Chicago, which is a big city.
Zach Rose says Landry is the troll king. I'll take that as a compliment, I think. If not.
That's our look. We spent a lot of money on Laramie Fowler, and he's done a great job.
Oh, he was talking about Laramie Fowler. That's his reporting, man. He's just like his brother. There's nothing different than Laramie Fowler and Jeremy Fowler.
He's
one's getting the big bucks at ESPN. The other one is grinding it out for us here on DraftaMania. So
hold on, I gotta read Mortal because there's a funny one that made me laugh in the chat.
One Mortal says Tate Rattledge or Caleb Johnson at 58.
I want you to answer this, Landry, because it feels like they'd both be a nightmare for you.
I don't care. Whatever. Trill Kick X says I can see Cowboys getting Dylan Sampson. 1 year starter at Tennessee, 1-time all SEC performer. He actually replaced Judkins on that list as Judkins went to Ohio State. Comes from kind of a prestigious program in Louisiana in high school. So there you go.
Jerome with an astute point about the Chicago Bears. Nice Madden team. That will be
good. I bet they're good at Madden.
That will be a popular Madden team next year for sure.
Yeah, just put Burden in the slot, or he's going to have speed. He's going to be good in Madden no matter what.
Oh yeah, Burden will be fast. You'll have Loveland, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze.
So New Orleans is on the clock, and now we're getting the views of Deion Sanders' crib. And this is where, if Sanders doesn't go here, this is where you really start to think we might have an epic fall. We haven't even seen Shedeur Sanders on camera yet, but this could be an epic fall if they don't get it. The Saints look happy. They're shaking hands.
If the Saints do not draft him, the New York Jets should draft him.
With Fields? Why not? Why the hell not?
The New York Jets should draft Shedeur Sanders if the Saints don't draft him. Can you? I might have to go super chat Asman if that happens.
Can we watch Asman live? I want to pull up Asman and watch his reaction of the Jets pick.
We could maybe do that. I think he'll be live.
Ask him if we're allowed.
I'm looking at the teams. If
is he at a draft party or is he online?
I'm not sure. But if this is not Shedeur Sanders, I cannot find the next spot for Shedeur Sanders. That's what Ryan Ramczyk looks like now? Oh, my.
So they have Field Yates doing the best available instead of Kuiper. How about that?
That must be their next guy.
You think?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Don't tell me they took a quarterback not named Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, no, Shedeur. Oh,
Tyler Shuck.
Oh, no, New Orleans.
Tyler Shuck to the Saints. Who dat? Not Shedeur.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Look, Kellen Moore, I like him. He seems to be a pretty good coach. Tyler Shuck's not very good football.
Dude, Shedeur, like it's funny. Like I hear this reaction that Shedeur Sanders is like falling because of Dion. No, he's being talked about so much because of Dion. Like we see quarterbacks go out there and produce at that level, fall. Like it's not like asinine. This isn't Aaron Rodgers. Hold on just a sec. My co-host is acting crazy.
Tyler Shuck.
Stand by.
That's fine. I got a Tyler Shuck story for the chat. Tyler Shuck finessed one of the best NIL deals ever. Shuck was getting married to his girlfriend, and he got an NIL deal with a jeweler in Lubbock when he was at Texas Tech, and got the jeweler as part of the NIL deal to cover, I assume, the cost of the ring, or at least a very sizable portion of the cost of the ring. And so that's a good NIL deal by him. Started at Oregon, went to Texas Tech, and then ultimately transferred to Louisville, where he was very fine. Like, is very okay. Could Will Johnson, man, what did his leg get amputated? What happened to him?
Jim Abbott remix, baby.
Jim Abbott, Will Johnson.
If there can be a one-arm pitcher, there can be a one-leg corner. Jim Abbott, baby. Let's go. Let's get Will Johnson here.
Asman is live.
All right, ask him if we can.
Okay. I'll ask him.
He's so stressed too.
He looks stressed. He does look stressed.
I could see Aspen being like a copyright strike guy.
No, he wouldn't do that to us. He wouldn't do that to us. Shedeur's got to feel like absolute crap right now.
I mean, it happens, dude.
Oh,
It
Buffalo traded with Chicago.
Yeah, so Buffalo's up.
Oh, man, this could be Mike Green.
This could be Caleb Johnson.
I got to go find Shuck and take him off the big board that we were using.
Oh, Shug?
Yeah, it's Shuck.
How?
Buddy, I asked the same question when he played for Texas Tech.
It's just, you know how people have a pronunciation and they just make it up? S-H-O-U-G. He's below Jalen Reed and he's in front of Makuba, who I think is underrated. How is S-H-O-U-G-H Shuck? Come on. Y'all are just making up pronunciations. Shuck family.
No, don't get me wrong. It seems pretty shucked up.
That's awful. The joke and the whole reality of that situation.
No, I've used that joke for years. It's not gotten any better.
Trill Kick X, the problem with Dion's son, don't swarm. Landry, is that our new kicker?
Oh, the dog.
Not yet. Yeah, the dog cries when you when she can't come in, and then she comes in, and then
she's uninterested.
She's crying because she wants to go. Yeah, she's bored by this pick. She wanted running backs, so they didn't get running backs, and she's pissed.
If these defensive linemen start to go off, it's going to push a player down. You need some of these defensive linemen to actually start getting picked, though.
Yeah, I could see Buffalo saying we're not worried about the knee, we're good, so we're gonna take Johnson. Like we're not messing around. Like we're gonna take Johnson, and we're gonna see what happens. We're not in any hurry, but there's high upside, and I mean they're already drafting corners though. I mean, so
that would give them because they just extended their slot guy in Buffalo. They just had to bring back Tre'Davious White because they didn't have enough corners. So if you said they got Johnson on the inside, Maxwell Harrison, and then they drafted the other Johnson, that's a pretty good secondary right there. Christian Benford, their other corner, is not bad, but you could do a lot worse. The scary thing is if this is Green and he's actually good.
What time is it? Tool time. Said Benford Tools.
Benford Tools.
Millennials get that. Some of them.
Benford Tools is proud to present
Heidi. Quid Pro Crypto. Shout out to you, my friend.
Thank you for the super chat.
Scotty.
Hey. Is Brian Gain. What's up, Brian Gain? In the Bills war room. He's on their staff.
Oh, damn. What's up, class? Sorry about Jack Easterby.
I'm surprised he's standing up. Was he able to get that knife out of his back?
He's looking good. So who gets drafted first, Shadur or Shiloh? Shiloh's not getting drafted. Shiloh's not getting drafted.
Did you see the clip of Shiloh last night?
What was he doing?
He was standing next to Shador, and he goes, if they're doing this to you, I don't even want to know where I'm going.
That's what he said?
Yeah. To his face. It was awesome. Lee Evans. Can't tell you how many times I've disappointingly drafted him in fantasy football.
Lee Evans was a very frustrating, good Madden player, though. I'm sure Jerome loves him. Good Madden player. It is the live stream, DraftaMania. Be with us tomorrow at 11. Karbach. Sanders is gone. He's going to Buffalo. Sanders is gone. Oh, TJ Sanders, my bad. TJ Sanders, D-tackle out of South Carolina.
That's a player that the Texans visited with in the pre-draft process. It's also one of the lower players that has been drafted off of Daniel Jeremiah's big board. He was 98th on the big board. The Bills were tabbed for a defensive tackle because the guy that the Lions drafted told the media in Detroit, the Bills told me they were drafting me at 30 before I got drafted by the Lions. So the Bills were tabbed for a DT, and they draft a pass rushing DT here out of South Carolina.
Yeah, the Bills, it just feels like
they feel very so far. Like, for a team that's like on the precipice.
It just feels like they've been messing with that precipice for a long time, man.
Asman never said yes, so I don't know if he's okay with it or not.
Let's just go.
You want to do it anyway?
Yeah, let's just go. We're not getting like struck by it or anything.
Yeah. Wow.
This guy.
They ran that card up. Maybe they defensive tackle. Maybe
Shador Sanders. Come on.
That's really interesting.
Please be Shador.
Reacting to the Jets drafting, and then I have it right now. Insert player, ready to pull it up on the screen.
Oh, produce it on the fly.
I'm trying not to look at anything at this point until you tell me what the pick is, because I don't want any spoilers.
No spoilers. We want to react in real time and give you guys our honest assessment. I mean, if I'm guessing, I'm going to hope it's
why would you not
a tight end or a receiver. Nothing's changed. Mason Taylor is still there. Here's a look at the Jets wide receivers and tight ends right now. Quite frankly, it's not good enough. I'm all about Membu. I have no issue with that pick. But the caveat for making that pick to me was you have to address weapons. This is a prime spot to do it. There are several notable receivers on the board that you could draft right here, right now. There are several notable tight ends on the board that you could draft right here, right now. If I'm Darren Muji and Aaron Glenn, I am addressing, to me, the biggest need on this offense. I am getting a weapon, whether it be tight end or receiver. That's for them to decide. But that is what I want to see the Jets do here when we hear the announcement.
I believe Aaron Glenn is like a pro player guy. He's going to be like, Mason Taylor's dad.
Jokingly saying that he might announce as a former Gamecock, he might be announcing.
Although Aaron Glenn's not like some crazy meathead.
We could leave him muted till they get back from the break here, but we'll check in on him.
Yeah, we'll check in on Jake Asman. He's very crazy, Jets guy.
I'm trying to think what would make him mad. Defense. He just doesn't want defense. Or another.
I don't think anything could really make him mad in this situation. A running back, because he.
That would mean they're trading Brees.
Yeah, a running back would upset him.
That would mean they're trading Brees.
Yeah, a running back.
Okay, so we're at 42. Texans picking 58. And there's not. Is there anybody you're thinking, oh, God, let's go up and get him?
Go up and get? No.
Okay.
I did not think this was going to be the case. But I'm kind of to the point right now where if they like this guy, because there's two tight ends that they visited with that could be in that range. But if they really like Arroyo with the extra upside, let's just get Arroyo out there and let's have some fun. Let's figure out, like, you're basically getting 2 wide receivers, a receiving tight end. Let's go. And then let's just we can figure out what to do offensive line. Maybe you get Rattledge. What did Albert Breer say?
Texans and 49ers are fishing for a trade up.
Okay.
Be interested to see who it is. Can we just get this Jets pick so we can see Asman? I have him in my other ear. He's behind on the stream. And so he's like, they're back. I have a commercial.
All right, go in. The pick is in. God. Let's see if Asman can get pissed.
We're talking about draft, but nothing imminent yet.
Kuiper's best available players. Number 1 is Shedeur Sanders. And it's kind of sad they still have the Shedeur Cam in Canton, Texas right now. You got Dion there. I don't even see Shedeur. I just see Dion.
I saw a video on my YouTube algorithm that popped up, and it was Shedeur Sanders speaks out on why he wasn't taken in the first round. It was a 26-minute video, Jake. I said, why the hell is he talking for 26 minutes about why he didn't get drafted? And maybe he's not. And maybe it's more of like the environment of the draft scenario. I didn't watch it.
Take over your stream, man.
I feel like if you didn't get taken in the first round, you should just not say anything and just wait to be picked.
John Abraham.
Here we go. John Abraham and the New York Jets are about to make a pick.
Here you go.
The pick is tight end Mason Taylor out of LSU.
I told you that he's a meathead. I told you that Aaron Glenn is a meathead. If your dad played in the NFL, he's taking you. I told you.
That's a good call. Good call by you.
The whole Detroit coaching staff outside of Dan Campbell was like former players. Oh, your dad played ball. I remember him. I remember Jason.
Not only did his dad, his uncle played ball too.
Yeah. His uncle's the Texas Tech legend. Is his jersey retired at Tech?
Oh, yeah.
I remember when he had the pick 6 against Texas A&M. Thomas to the end zone. Thomas to the end zone.
Mason Taylor is I can't stop hearing John Harris say that Mason Taylor is Dalton Schultz-esque in how he operates.
Dalton was not terrible. Like you have recency bias with Dalton. Dalton was a solid player before.
But when they draft a tight end, I want him to be excellent at one thing. I want him to be an incredible pass catcher and I don't care about his blocking, or I want the guy to be an incredible blocker and I don't care about his pass catching. So I don't want a 50-50 guy.
That's fair. That's fair. Mason Taylor never excited me. It's kind of weird. Like, we talked about the top 2 tier tight ends, and then I just kind of skipped over, and I was like, Arroyo, Helm, Fannin. We even talked Fedone. We talked Hawes. Like, we've talked all of these tight ends, and we never brought up Taylor. And he might end up being a really solid NFL player. I just never really did. I never really, maybe it was just too boring. Maybe it was too safe. Maybe he didn't have as much like boom or bust as these other guys, but I never really bought into the Taylor thing.
Damn.
San Francisco 49ers are on the clock.
San Francisco 49ers have picked Alfred Collins from Texas.
Alfred! Shout out to Alfred. I like Alfred. Solid guy. Now, it does feel like Robert Saleh is getting his way with the 49ers right now. They're trying to fix that defense. Can Kyle Shanahan fix the offense? But Robert Saleh's back. Robert Saleh wants to get another NFL coaching opportunity. I think Robert Saleh deserves another head coaching opportunity, not with the Jets. And it feels like there's a little bit of trust in old Robert Saleh.
Alfred Collins was a Texans visit, by the way, and maybe would have been an intriguing selection.
I'm surprised he went that early, but I thought it would be a little bit later. Good player, though.
So I'm seeing Cowboys, the pick is in. You seeing the same thing?
Yes, I am. The Dallas Cowboys pick is in. They wanted a running back. Now, do they go running back here? This is another. So we're 14 away from the Texans. Did they look at the cluster a little bit different than the Texans may have?
How about this for a little quick Mason Taylor fun fact? Nick Saban, not landing Mason Taylor was the biggest recruiting mistake we ever made.
Okay, that's
a little
lot. That's
a little bit of hyperbole.
Yeah, that's a lot, dude.
A little bit of hyperbole.
Doing a little bit too much. HD AV Traveler on the soup. This is so wrong, but so funny at the same time. LOL, messing with Asman like that. Yeah, you got to mess with him. JJ Stagg says, will Tate be at 58? Any guards go? Yeah, he'll be there at 58, right?
He should be. He should be.
Yeah, he might be there after that.
He should be.
Paul says, no tight end, Cody. I have warned you before.
Paul's watching us from across the pond, and he's vehemently against tight ends.
The pond out right there outside of my house?
Across the pond typically refers to people in Europe.
Oh, okay.
Specifically the UK. I don't remember exactly where, Paul. You'll have to remind me. I don't want to say it wrong. All right,
you don't want to get canceled?
I think he said England, so, But it's very that part of the world, there's a lot of conflict that you don't always hear about. If you called an Irish person an Englishman, they'd try to fight you.
Hold on just a second. I'm going to go Scott Hall here. I need to change the scene.
Hey, yo.
Hold on just a second. I'm going to try to go stick mic. Hold up.
Okay. So Landry's changing up some technical stuff. And I'm fully in a commercial, so let's see what we got here. So Texans trying to trade. Couldn't imagine what they'd be trying to trade up for. Cowboys pick is in. Best available on DJ's board is still one leg Will Johnson. And then Shore Sanders, Mike Green, Mason Taylor got picked, so he's out of here. I would think about, and this might make Landry annoyed, but he might be in favor of it. I would think about Donovan Esiruaku at 58 if he was there. I know they have defensive ends under contract for the next couple of years that are starters. But if you had Esiruaku to take over and be ready when Danielle Hunter leaves, it'd be pretty nice.
Hey, yo.
Survey says.
All right, so the Cowboys, be very interested to see what they do here.
I mean, would they do Caleb Johnson here?
They want a running back.
Well, they were looking for a wide receiver yesterday.
They're also very good at just letting the draft fall to them. They need corners.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they take Peg Leg Johnson. I'll be right back.
Or they take Amos. However we're saying it. Per Albert Breer, Texans looking to trade in. We got the pick in. Shout out to everyone in the chat. We hope you'll join us tomorrow at Karbach. We got these shirts. They're alive and well. Other side. But 11 a.m. in the Biergarten. After all this super streaming, we're ready to hang out and react to everything that's gone on as well as in the thing. Michael Casey says, loving the show, best coverage live from Japan. Shout out to Japan, man. Shout out to Japan. And China, everywhere else. Sometimes I feel like people just name places and I just like shout it out. Who cares? We can use our imaginations. The Cowboys pick is in. How about this? They got Field Yates' best available, not Mel Kiper's. How does that make you feel? Does that make you feel sad? Does it make you feel happy with the new blood? How do you feel about Mel Kiper getting run out of town? So here you go. The Cowboys selection is in Travis Frederick.
I jinxed him. That's a nice pick for the Cows.
All right, there you go. Your guy, pronounce it. I'm not pronouncing that.
Donovan Esiruaku. We saw him after he worked out at the steakhouse in Indianapolis.
Yeah, he's number. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He had a nice family. His family seemed cool as hell, too.
Very nice family. I like. He got a big ass steak for dinner, so that was.
Yeah, they ordered like
20 appetizers.
They ordered like 10 shrimp cocktails. They wanted that, so they were enjoying themselves. So that was good to see.
College football's tackles for loss leader last year, college football sack leader last year, and coached by Bill O'Brien. So he overcame that. Did you read that Michael's in Japan? I don't know if he's read that yet while I was gone.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did.
Konnichiwa.
This is why I was glad you were gone, because I just avoided your insensitive impressions of Japanese people. Like,
I'm sorry. I know how to say hello in Japanese, and I'm getting criticized for this.
You don't have to make that face while you do it. I mean,
I didn't make any face.
Nah, just be careful there, buddy.
I didn't make any face. What do I look like, Yuli Gurriel?
Goodness gracious.
Okay, what are the Colts?
Don't tell him you're from Mexico. Sound like Conan from WCW. Go ahead. You wanted to do it. You just stopped yourself. Go ahead. Do your Conan. There's Johnny from Mexico. Go ahead. Do it.
What are the Colts getting here?
The Colts, they need to, they got to go. They need a lot, but they got to go O-line. They got to go O-line.
They need some people that can get after the quarterback is what they need.
They're the two most popular guys, because I asked my boy, the two most popular guys, and they did, dude, this would have sucked if this would have fallen. I don't think it was that close, but they liked Warren and they liked Imamori. So maybe we look at safety. If they want to go safety, I don't know if this is a good time, but if they want to go corner, they could go Morrison out of Notre Dame. They could go Amos from Ole Miss, or they could go Johnson out of Michigan. But those were the most popular names. They already got their tight end. The O-line value right now is not awesome.
Well, they're not getting any of those guys that you mentioned.
Well, Chris Ballard's an idiot, so there you go.
Boy, they might have the hardest defensive end duo in football to say the names.
All right, go ahead and pronounce that one for me. That's JT. CJ didn't even try to say it.
I don't know how to say his last name, and I don't have a pronunciation guide in front of me.
We'll give it the best try. Tuimoloau. Tuimoloau out of Ohio State.
They got Tuimoloau and Latu.
So this is shaping up really interestingly. If you look at the available, and I know you have the color coded, but I'll just pull this one up.
Tui Maloau and Latu Latu. Well, if those guys ever turn into something, the Colts will have one hell of a pass rush.
So this is the Jeremiah rankings that you already have the spreadsheet of everything else, but right now you have Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, Donovan Jackson, Amos.
Donovan Jackson got drafted.
Yeah, not Donovan Jackson. So yeah, delete that. That would have been a no-brainer probably for the Texans there. Then Landon Jackson, Benjamin Morrison, Nick S., who I think they visited with him, right? He's 20 years old, isn't he?
Scorton, they visited with him. Yes.
Yeah, he's 20 years old. He's actually a really cool story.
I have to double check it every time you bring up the A&M guys because we got them all confused one day.
Then Darius Alexander and Jalen Noel and Arroyo. Is Shedeur Sanders the only guy we can eliminate from this top 10? Like with 100% certainty? Like, is it far-fetched to think that they take a corner?
They're not. I would tell you that they probably would not draft Mike Green. He was accused of sexual assault 2 different times and had to leave Virginia and transfer to Marshall. So I would anticipate he is probably not going to get drafted by the Texans.
Okay.
Well, hold on. I was still looking through the list. I don't think they'd take a corner.
I don't think they would have planned to have, but I also don't think they would have planned for these guys to be here at 58. And I mean, they need corner depth, man. They need corner depth.
You don't think Ronald Darby's going to hold it down?
Maybe for a year.
You don't think Ronald Darby's got this? He got a shout out from C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Michael B says, can y'all please at least announce what players are coming off the board for each team? We've been doing that, sir. We've been doing that, sir.
Michael,
you're going in a 5-minute timeout.
No, don't do that. No.
Michael's in a 5-minute timeout. Come on. You just got to get his mind right, man. Go get you some water. Go get you some of that
high-grade marijuana called Kush on the
throw
streets.
some water on the face. We've been doing that. We've been reacting to every pick.
It would be a break from what they typically have done. Darius Alexander is so D'Amico Ryans.
The Rams are on the clock, by the way, and the pick is in. They apparently wanted a tight end.
The unfortunate part about Darius Alexander is he's 25 years old and he went to Toledo. So that works against him for the Texans.
Asman just texted me and said, "What are you guys doing?"
Just tell him we had him live for the Jets pick.
Do you think that Nick Caley comes out and says, "Yeah, I know Matt Campbell very well. We're good friends"?
Well, when's the next time we're talking to Nick Caley? July? If you're new to the building, they hide you like you're a person in witness protection. We still haven't talked to Christian Kirk.
Well, he was supposed to talk, but
I know he was supposed to talk.
What happened was
we've talked to Nick Caley once. We haven't talked to Christian Kirk.
And that was not a harsh timeout. I'm getting called out for the timeout. It was a necessary timeout. It was a necessary timeout because the Rams are about to pick now.
Oh, the Rams are at the firehouse. That's where they set up their shop at a firehouse. I don't know what else I was going to say there.
Like for the LAPD or LAFD.
Yes.
Okay. So the Rams are on the clock, and the pick is in.
This is like this would be Shedeur's pick if he can pick.
Oh yeah, Sean McVay, little like behind Matthew Stafford.
Just sit.
Little Shedeur action. The Rams do a good job drafting even when they don't have picks. What if they decide to go slot again and they take Bech? They're like, hey, we're replacing Cup the next year. We added Puka to Cup. Bech, watch your ass now, Puka. We're going back. We're going back for the slot receivers.
This is a really good point, actually. YouTube user. I don't know why we don't have their real name or if that's a funny name that they made their name. Texans do assistant D-line coach came from Toledo. Frank Ocam the assistant D-line coach coached Darius Alexander at Toledo last year.
Yeah, I remember Franco. Cammy's from Lake Highlands.
It's good. Former Texans draft pick.
Former Texas Longhorn. The Rams pick is in.
Hopefully Michael B's back from his suspension. He can get us when we announce the pick for him. Did we see which Ram this is? I'm sorry, I didn't see who this was.
Michael Brockers. Boy, he looks stiff. He's stiffer than a wedding dong up there.
Rams selected Oregon tight end Terrence Ferguson, aka T-Ferg.
Got to go down the list for that one, my friend.
You would have liked T-Ferg.
Got to go down the list for that one, my friend.
He was 58th overall on Jeremiah's big board.
Okay, so a little Ferguson action. So the tight ends that the Texans have visited with are
Elijah Arroyo.
Straight from Frisco to Miami. On the super chat, I Must Pandaline says, Cody, please jinx something good for us. All right, so go ahead. Jinx.
I did put Esiruaku on the Cowboys. I'm trying to figure out how to reverse it so that it's good.
Jinx do something.
Maybe the Cardinals are going to take Ursery.
Okay, so you're going Ursery?
They could use a tackle.
The Ursery jinx.
Sure.
Is it alive and is it well?
I just want him to get off the board so the Texans don't take him.
Okay, so there you go. Also on the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
I know I sound like a hater. Hey, I'm not judging. But y'all hear how ridiculous the Jags GM sounded today in the presser, LMAO. You talking about Tony Baselli?
That, I tell you what, James Gladstone comes off as an arrogant prick. He talks down to people.
What? He was shy as hell the first time. Maybe he just realized how timid he was. So you think maybe he just saw how timid he was and then decided, okay, I'm not going to look weak. I'm not going to look weak this time. And he came up there and tried to pull something.
Yeah, no, he comes off like a prick.
All right, the Cardinals, they do not care about the knee. They're going to let guys slide to them. Will Johnson out of Michigan is off the board.
The slide ends. It's unfortunate that they drafted a pirate who only has one leg when Arizona, there's no ocean. Thank you. Just let that one marinate for a little bit. Just let that one marinate. All right. So 48, Las Vegas.
Jeffrey Huff on the super chat says, loving the Sanders hate in the chat. They killing me. LMFAO. People talking about Sanders in the chat. I haven't seen a lot.
I think I was just making fun of Shador.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Be all right.
Just having some fun at his expense. Yesterday, someone called me rude for doing that. So, you know.
It happens, man. There's a lot of Dion truthers.
All right, the Raiders are trading the pick. Okay, get ready. The Texans are on the clock now.
Texans are at 48. So who's it going to be?
I cannot imagine what they wanted to trade up for. They moved up 10 spots. So they are on the clock now. They were looking to move up, and we're going to get a commercial while we wait about it. Okay, great. Okay. I have the details of the trade for you. Going to show that. Field Yates. Raiders traded pick 48. The Texans traded 58 and 99. So they're going to lose 99.
Okay.
But they're going to give up. They're going to get up to 48.
Okay. So you trade up. We said we thought close 4 picks more likely than 5. So you still keep 79. You got 89. You're going to pick here. We're thinking O-line, maybe running back.
Yeah, I mean, if they felt really strongly, if they felt really strongly about Ursery, then they would trade up for him. I would have a hard time thinking this is Tate Rattledge. You shouldn't have to trade up for him. I like him, but you shouldn't have to.
Well, you might have to. I mean, you're not getting him now. Do you think you get him at 79?
Well, no, but there's other guards that are within shouting distance of him that they could draft at 79 if they don't get him here. It's not a wide receiver. I mean, you got to think about like highly valued positions. If you're doing this, you're not trading up for like a linebacker or something.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder if they see the corner and the layout of it and they just say, hey, cornerback depth is an underrated aspect. We got to figure that out. Maybe Nick Caley gets his tight end with the extra ammunition. Maybe they really like Arroyo and they like what he can bring. I don't know. It's almost like an extra wide receiver type of thing. I mean, D'Amico, does he get to go defense? Are they finally just saying, okay, we got to get an offensive lineman? And if you're talking offensive line, the value just doesn't appear to be there. But
I mean, yeah, they started day 2 with a multitude of places to go, and they've only checked one of the boxes. So it's Jaden Higgins is the wide receiver.
Maybe they just want Rattledge, and they don't really care. Right now, he's the 19th best guy on Daniel Jeremiah. Maybe you're kind of playing with fire if you decide to wait. So maybe they're going to go get the guy. We've been talking about the guy a lot. I think he's been one of the most talked about guys at the position. Maybe we're finally going to see what happens on the offensive line. I mean, they're taking their damn time.
The pick is in.
There you go.
But we're also in commercial.
They love commercials. I heard someone complaining about this today at lunch about the how they go right to commercial. It's all good though. They still keep the graphics up, which is very necessary.
Owen Daniels is like, all right, thank goodness my work day is not as long tonight. I don't have to wait till 99. Man, hopefully it's something that we did, something fun. Not, Ursery, Rattledge isn't fun.
Well, your idea of fun's not the same as everyone else's fun. So what the hell is fun?
I just said Ursery's not fun. Rattledge is not everybody's idea of fun. Tight end, or people get excited about defensive ends. I don't know that I would do that if I was the Texans.
Does D'Amico get his edge guy Scorton? I mean, there's been a lot of edge going on. I'm not sleeping on the possibility of a corner here.
I just don't know why they would do that.
Because they need corners. They outside of their 2 guys, and I mean, the depth. Lassiter missed some time last year. Stingley missed time every year before last year. So maybe they decide that there's just value. This is that draft for need stuff that we see.
D'Amico getting an interior guy, maybe. That's not exciting. Well, Omar Norman Lott's kind of exciting. Don't clap in the draft room. No clapping in the draft room. D'Amico's not even in there. Oh, he's probably on the phone with the kid.
Man, D'Amico's probably running down the hallway. I think they're going defense. Based on D'Amico not being in there, he's running down the hallway. Defense it is. Look at Scout Goodhair bringing it.
Let's see what you traded up for.
Look at Owen. He's feeling it. Owen is definitely, man. He's chilling.
All right, 48th overall pick. Oh. Well, that's man.
Why are you so sad?
That's not fun.
That's your guy right there. So you got the tackle. You wanted the O-line. There you go. Ursery.
In no way, shape, or form did I ever support picking this guy.
So there you go. Ursery out of Minnesota. Tell me everything you know about this guy and why you don't like this pick. I don't have like an overwhelming hot take about it. Why are you not an Ursery, guys? I feel like this is the only offensive lineman you don't like, to be honest with you.
That couldn't be further from the truth. I didn't like Josh Conley. I didn't like Josh Simmons.
Jeremiah had him for what it's worth as his 37th available guy. They like to trade up for offensive linemen, same way that they did with Juice Scruggs.
Yeah, that went not great. Ursery, 3-year starter at Minnesota. Big, 6'6", 331. He's a big guy. My beef with drafting him is what's he doing in 2025? What's he doing for this Texans team here in 2025? I understand the usefulness beyond this year, but Ursery's not better at football than Cam Robinson. So he's not starting at left tackle. He's not better than Blake Fisher. So he's a big guy, and everything from the draft nicks say that he's got to kind of fine-tune some of the skills, but all the physicality's there. He's huge. He's physical. He's athletic. He's mean. But they got to fine-tune some of the skills, like the tools in the tool belt, so to speak. So I just don't know how he helps in 2025. I get it. If he's the left tackle next year, sure. How many years are they going to draft the future tackle in the second round? It'd be awesome when DeForest Buckner's humping Ed Ingram up and down the field.
Does the fact that there's a new O-line coach and there's a new OC making the pick, does it make you feel any better about any potential PTSD that you may or may not have had in regards to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans making the picks?
That is your only hope. That's your only hope if you're hoping that things have changed in their evaluation process, is that Nick Caley is new to the process and Cole Popovich is more heavily involved than previously. That's your hope there, that they are able to change the process. And look, hey, you need an offensive lineman. Sure, you get a guy that can help you on the offensive line. I just don't know how he helps you in 2025. And maybe,
and they don't function like that, and they had the extra picks. So maybe this was a function of the extra picks. Hell, maybe what if he beats out Blake Fisher? Then I think it's kind of a double-edged sword though, because then you're wondering about the Blake Fisher pick. So it feels like you're assuming Blake Fisher is going to be one of the guys. What if they talk about competition? I mean, right now, assuming that Cam Robinson's going to be your starting left tackle, you might have a competition between 2 second-round tackles that you've taken the last 2 years. And I don't see them just handing Blake Fisher that position. So as much as you say you dismiss the possibility of this pick being someone that contributes, it could very well be Blake Fisher. And I think then your frustration shifts in a different area. But I'm not ready to assume that this kid is going to be just put on ice and we don't see him this coming year, because they've talked about competition and Blake Fisher not that much further ahead of him.
Look, I get it for 2026. This is a guy they're probably going to plop down there at left tackle. He's played like 5 snaps at right tackle. Like he just hasn't. I mean, and offensive line people will always tell you, well, moving over is like, wiping with the other hand. That's the old phrase you always hear from those offensive line coaches and scouts and stuff like that. Now, look, people want an offensive line. I get it. You get an offensive lineman, potential to be a franchise left tackle because of the body type and the athleticism and the physicality. And he gets a year to fine-tune some of the stuff that's not good about his game. And it works in 2026 when maybe you don't want to be paying Cam Robinson $13 million a year. So I just don't know if he has a role in 2025. You mentioned it, potentially right tackle, perhaps. They didn't say that they wouldn't move guys from left to right or along the offensive line. And then is it out of the question he beats out Cam Robinson? No, but that'd be a weird way to spend $13 million to have a second rounder beat a guy out.
So there you go. Offensive line people. How you feeling?
And Fisher, yet last year, unless Nick Caserio's moved off of this, Nick Caserio was very clear that Blake Fisher was going to be a tackle. He was not going to be a guard. They would not look at him at guard. So there you are.
Justin Johnson, he says OL 330 pounds that runs a 5 flat 40 have hit at a 100% clip. Is that true?
Oh, that seems oddly specific.
Is that true? Could I interest you in a stat? The bully says stop crying.
Okay.
Stop crying, Cody.
You've seen no tears from me. You've seen no tears from me.
Derek says Ursery is similar to the Fisher pick at the same point in the draft. Titus staying at guard is my fave. I think you just want Titus off the team. If we're
you want to hear the NFL comp from Zerline?
Yeah.
Marcus Cannon.
Minus being sick.
It gets the Marcus Cannon comp. If you're wondering why that's so interesting, Marcus Cannon was the right tackle for the Patriots for most of the years that Cole Popovich and Nick Caley overlapped in New England.
Okay, well, maybe they have a type.
It's also just, and again, doesn't mean everything. Could mean something, could mean nothing. Minnesota ran a zone scheme. Minnesota ran a zone offense.
Russell on the soup says, do we think we're getting out of tonight with not trading a single 2026 pick?
Yeah. Yeah, I think they could keep those the extra 2, the extra 3, the extra 4 for next year. I think they could keep that.
Justin Johnson, that was according to McShay on his podcast.
Oh, okay. Oh, man. Elijah Arroyo to the Seattle Seahawks.
Good pick. I like what Seattle's done today. I mean, you get Imawari and Arroyo in the top 20 of day 2. I think you should probably be pretty pleased with your work thus far if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan. Like on the paper draft layout, got to feel good about that. So Arroyo not going to fall.
Two guys that, you know, they've had some zags when other people were zigging with their opinions. McShay loves Ursery, as I'm reading about it. And Chris Sims is just gushing over him, says he's one of the best true pass protectors in this class.
So there you go. Might end up being good.
Oh, I have no doubt that he could end up being good. My bitching and moaning is about 2025.
Be right back.
And they did visit
90
with him.
seconds.
They did visit with him, and so they're 1 for 2 on they're 1 for 2 today. Well, I guess in the draft to this point too. They're 1 for 2 on 30 visit guys. So Ursery was a 30 visit guy. Higgins was not a 30 visit guy. That step back though. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Still get a guard. I mean, there's still guards on the board. You can still get a guard. I'm not Nathan Winters. Cody, Lindy Sports Draft Guide should buy every year as a first, second round grade on him, compares them to Fuunga. Thoughts on that? Yeah, Fuunga was a first round pick last year and was not super good, but it's there's room for growth. Again, there needs to be some growth to Ursery before he reaches the upside and the potential of him. So, and again, I don't know what he's doing in 2025. But hey, I didn't know what Blake Fisher was doing in 2025. And the next thing you know, he was out there playing. So
Nick Scorton, bye-bye, Carolina. One of the younger guys in the draft from Tikhomi Elko University, also known as Mike Elko's Texas A&M program.
Brian asks a question. He says, Cody, can be so dramatic, LOL. What guard or tackle were we going to get that was a clear-cut starter? I'm glad you asked. Tate Rattledge, Marcus Bowe, Miles Frazier, Wyatt Milam, Dylan Fairchild. Jacob Wilson, center from Georgia as well. Or Jared Wilson, excuse me. Those guys all would have started for the Texans.
In fairness, though, if the Texans are good chess players, and let's say that all their their poor offensive line evaluation, it does not include their second round tackles, then if these guys can both be starting tackles, then I think you do a good job. I don't care if it's this year or next. If you're worried about like right now, if this guy ends up being a quality starting tackle, I don't care if it's this year after being kind of a swing guy, but if he ends up being a quality starting tackle in 2 years, I don't care. I don't see anyone that's going to make like some overwhelming impact that was on the board.
He could be a quality starting tackle next year. Like that, he has that potential. Like there is a chance they just drafted 2026's starting left tackle. And that would be 3 years of cost-controlled left tackle play. Lord knows this organization has thrown money at the left tackle spot the past few years.
The old Oilers are on the clock, and they have selected. I want you to pronounce this one for me. Go ahead. You got it.
Oluwafemi Oladejo, defensive end from UCLA. He's a linebacker that turned into a defensive end and did pretty well at UCLA. Did pretty well. I will say this. I didn't want Ursery at 34. It's easier to digest at 48. Don't love the trade up for it, but you still leave day 2 with 4 guys if you want.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the dream scenario. And I mean, you've addressed the only like need that we've talked about for a while has been running back. God, I don't know. It's going to be a while when it comes to the running back. So I don't know how that whole thing shapes up. I don't even know if it's worth it at this point for the running back, especially, you still got damn near 30 picks before you pick next.
You mean to talk about them or to trade up for one?
I mean, it's damn sure not worth trading up for one, and I don't know what's left when you pick.
Well, let's see how the board shakes out here in the next. I mean, there should be a running back worth having. Like, there's not going to be 0 running backs.
Speaking of the board, so this is where we're at with the Jeremiah, and you're seeing where the running backs are. Johnson visited with them. And then really you don't, after Johnson, you might as well just wait till way late for the running back. So that's fine. Then you figure out whatever the hell they want to do.
Well, I mean, it's not fine for you. You hate that.
No, it is what it is. I mean, Joe Mixon is ageless wonder. And Dare Gumbawale, let's put him in there whenever he needs.
Well, they could find somebody on day 3 that replaces Dare Gumbawale.
They could find someone not drafted, to be honest with you, as far as on offense. That step back though on the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Shout out you, 2-piece combo from him. Appreciate that. Kevin Smith. Not the former Dallas Cowboy, the guy that rocks the shades looking like a badass in his whip. He says Ursery, 691 snaps in 2024, 1 sack, 1 QB hit, 10 carries. PFF has him graded pretty high for what it's worth.
Again, I understand the long-term impact of Ursery. I don't know the short-term impact of him. They like those. I mean, Nick Caley and company, they like those big offensive linemen.
How many more picks do the Texans have tonight? They have 2 picks.
79 and 89. They traded 99 to move up from 58 to 48.
So 79, 99, 2 more picks until we conclude. This is a nice pace right now. Function says, I would doubt Cody, but the Texans have no history of picking O-line. And that probably factors into Cody's feelings. I don't think he very much trusts what the Texans have done at that position.
You've got to hope that the 2 new elements to the decision-making process have changed their potential outcomes. And that's the new offense coordinator, Nick Caley, and that's a stronger input from offensive line coach Cole Popovich.
Matt Marr, everybody's favorite prison guard, says, good morning. I seen we draft baby Nico in an offensive line from Minnesota. Did I miss anything else? Not really. I think you got it pretty covered. Nothing crazy has happened. Shedeur Sanders has not been drafted with no clear path in sight.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
So other than that, you did not miss a lot. That step back, though, says running back at 79. Caleb Johnson would be the name to look out for there.
If Caleb Johnson made it there, that's a really solid selection at 79. He was 53 on Jeremiah's final 150.
Herman says, would you guys take Scatabo at 89? Threaten me with a good time.
Someone's going to take him. I might as well be the team that finds out if he's any good or not.
That's early, man.
89?
That's early. But man, people would be excited.
I mean, it'd be huge for the Honka brand.
Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback out of Notre Dame, is going to Tampa Bay.
It's good for the Buccaneers.
Very good player.
It's not great when one of the first 4 things they talk about is how athletic your family is. How about we just see some highlights?
It's not terrible. Tristan W on the soup. If you had to put money on it, what position at 79? If you had to put money on it.
Defensive tackle.
Okay. Little D'Amico action.
Yeah, I would say defensive tackle.
Stone alone 5 times. Cheer up, Cody. Let's trust the process. You are pretty bummed about this.
The process has led to this horrific offensive line that we've had to watch. So you just have to hope the process has changed. That's what you have to hope for.
You just have to hope the process has changed.
Yeah. It's like, hope they have a new process. Now, Nick Caserio, when Landry asked him a couple of weeks ago about this, he said nothing needed to change.
He said there was no wholesale changes.
Let's see here. I'm going to call my shot at 79 with the player.
Did Swarmy visit? They talked. They haven't visited, but they talked at the combine.
I'm going to call my shot at 79.
Okay. That's 25 picks away, my friend.
I know. There's no consequences for being wrong. Omar Norman Lott, Tennessee defensive tackle at 79. That's my prediction.
Okay.
That is my prediction.
All right. On that note.
You wouldn't like a defensive tackle?
On that note.
What's wrong with defensive tackles?
No, it's fine. D'Amico's got it. He can't sit here and watch them fix the offense. He's got to get something for himself, right? He's got to.
He's not getting shut out of day 2.
Yeah, you can't. You got to go back to defensive football with old D'Amico.
mean, Omar Norman Lott they'd be awesome on passing downs. They would eat quarterbacks alive with Omar Norman Lott.
This is true.
I always got to try to figure out. I was going to try to figure out what, like when the team tweets out a stat, like what stat did they tweet out? First team all Big Ten. We're doing Minnesota's points per game with Ursery at left tackle.
Dude.
Points per game and rushing yards per game. Is 115 rushing yards per game sick?
Yeah, I guess they're just putting them out, man. They're being honest.
Okay.
Anthony Belton, the offensive tackle out of NC State, is a Green Bay Packer.
Boy, they love guys that got to take about 4 years to turn into good players. That's anytime you can take yet again another offensive lineman that is 2 years away from contributing, you do that. It's Green Bay. They did it at 25 last year, though. They took the Arizona kid. Oof. Ursery's better than Belton, by the way. Like, significantly better.
Do Green Bay fans, like, if you're sitting there at the draft, like, how many people of all the conversations, and there's like 200,000 people there, I think the town has half that as the population. How many times did his name come up in any conversation? Like, seriously, I want you to actually guess, like you're guessing the amount of jelly beans in a jar. How many times do you think his name came up? And how many people just cheered like it didn't even matter?
His name came up less than 100 times amongst the population of the greater Green Bay area.
Yeah, it didn't come up at all. On the chat, we got some pesos. Shout out to Kingdom Bear. To be honest, I prefer to expend all the picks in offense rather than another player for elite defense. Saludos.
He's got a point. How many more defensive linemen does D'Amico Ryans need?
Dude, D'Amico's greedy on defense, man. He's a defensive-minded coach. You know, just, hey, Nick Caley, you handle that. I'll give you good defense.
Melvin Gordon announcing the Chargers pick.
Wow.
Trey Harris from Ole Miss.
Good pick. Medical concerns. A lot of people thought that Trey Harris might be someone that the Texans could perhaps consider. Medical, man.
Medical and a little bit of an older prospect and didn't run all the routes on the route tree. I like Trey Harris. The Chargers is a good spot for him.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
He's probably better than Quentin Johnston right now.
I don't know about that. That's kind of rude.
Oh, okay. Quentin Johnston handed the Texans a playoff game.
One Mortal 2 says Cody is just bummed we didn't get Josh Simmons.
No, Cody's thrilled about that.
Deep down inside, Cody wanted that.
At least Ursery's going to play football again at a high level.
So we're 24 picks away. Yes, 24 picks.
Yeah. Was 99 for the cost of the trade up? That feel about the right price?
I guess. Yeah, it seemed logical. It seemed logical. I think it seemed
it's not like the Texans had they didn't have anything behind that they didn't have anything behind that would have netted them the trade up. It's not like they could have traded 3 6th-round picks or whatever they have back there.
So let's reset. Go ahead and reset for the people what the Texans have done today, how you feel about it, what it looks like, and what we got ahead of us.
Yeah, so they were sticking to picking at 34. They picked Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins. That was, if they were picking wide receivers, that was my top guy that was available. And A lot of people believe throughout the process he turned into one of the 4 or 5 best wide receivers in this class. Replicates a lot of what Nico Collins can do. Super successful at Iowa State. Tall, athletic, and wins contested catches. Really like the selection and got a need checked off really early. And then they traded up from 58 to 48 using the 99th overall pick as the cost. And they drafted Ursery, the tackle out of Minnesota. Ariante Ursery, drafted him at 48. And he is a slightly developmental tackle in that he needs to kind of fine-tune some of the skills, but the physical abilities are there. He's a large human, 6'6", 331, and a 3-year starter for the Golden Gophers in the Big Ten. And he was, an all Big Ten player, second-team All-American at tackle. My gripe with the pick is I don't know how he helps in 2025. I certainly understand how he helps in 2026 and beyond.
Yep. I mean, you about nailed it with him. I'm not an expert on this guy. I just know it.
I'm not either.
It feels Blake Fishery with a little more urgency because you don't have Laramie Tunsil, and this is just a big battle royal of big guys. I don't know if it's a good battle royal or not. There just appears to be a lot of competition here on the offensive line, and competition can be a good thing, or competition can mean that you just don't have anyone worth a shit that's capable of starting. And I think that's what competition means on this offensive line is you have a bunch of guys who just aren't, that they don't demand starting spots. So we'll see what it looks like. I think there's not really anything you feel good about on this offensive line, and there's reason for maybe hope because there's a new coach, but it's just a cluster of a bunch of guys that you have very little confidence in. Some would say that's why you draft an offensive lineman. I don't necessarily agree with that because I don't think that's the way that stuff shaped up, but that's really just where they are right now on the offensive line, and that's just the reality of the situation.
That's where they found themselves after the Tunsil trade and some of the other poor performances that they had to get rid of, and you found yourself in a long-term need spot because you decided you didn't want to pay Laramie, and so your short-term answer is Cam Robinson, your long-term answer is Ariante Ursery, and there you have it.
So they put up the phone call with Higgins. Do we want to hear this?
Yes.
Here you go.
Nick Caserio with the Texans. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm great, man.
Bud?
Florida? Where are you?
Yeah, I'm in Miami with my family.
Awesome. Well, listen, we're on the clock, about to turn the pick in. We're going to make you a Houston Texans, so congratulations. Love your story.
Yes, sir.
Love your play style. You define embody everything that our program is about. So just come in here, put your head down, work hard, just like you did at Eastern Kentucky, just like you did at Iowa State, and you're going to fit in perfectly in this program. So congratulations. I'm going to put you on the phone with Coach Ryan.
Hey, Jaden.
How you doing,
Hey,
Coach?
man, great, man. Congratulations to you. We're excited to work with you, man.
Yes, sir. I'm excited too. Appreciate it.
Hey, come in, work hard, like Nick said. Let's have some fun. Let's go win some games.
Of course. I got you.
All right, man. I'll turn you over here to our owner, Cal.
Yes, sir.
Jaden, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. How you doing?
Good. You having a little party?
Yep, having my family.
All right. We'll give everyone a hug over there, and I can't wait to get you here. Catch passes for us.
Okay. Give everyone a hug.
Just keep working hard. You come out here, you catch some passes for us, like you did at Eastern Kentucky, like you did at Iowa State. Yeah.
So
oh, Seth Rollins announcing a pick.
Yeah, I watched him on Good Morning Football today, and he was really gassed up and said he was going to piss off the Green Bay folks. And this has very, very high potential to be something that we look at after this stream. The Higgins thing is interesting, and I brought this up earlier. I actually brought this up earlier in like the process on the video. I did a mock draft where you had to get Higgins. And in that mock draft, I actually traded back and got Higgins.
Works.
So I actually don't know. I want to see. I almost want to pull up like when did I trade back to get him?
It had to be right around there. Most of the trade back scenarios for the Texans included that little top part of the first round.
But he was kind of a late bloomer, and he did not start focusing on football till later on in high school.
So the Bears just selected Boston College offensive tackle Ozzie Trapillo.
Oh, okay.
Here's why this is notable. One, he obviously plays the same position as Ariante Ursery. Two, Trapillo getting ready for the NFL, his private offensive line coach was Dante Scarnecchia. So if you wanted to know about Trapillo, you would have Cole Popovich ask Dante Scarnecchia. And I think that the situation with Trapillo is he was probably only a right tackle based on his physical profile and makeup. Ursery's obviously a left tackle. It's a little bit more valuable. So I get it, but it'll be fascinating to watch the two careers play out because they would have known everything they wanted to know about Trapillo. Okay, so the Detroit just traded into 57. The pick is in. This is Tate Rattledge. They just lost Kevin Zeitler to Tennessee. Zeitler was their right guard. Rattledge fits everything that they do. This is Tate Rattledge. And you'll have a little party when they draft him because the Texans can't get him.
Call your shot. Maxwell77 says hoping for a running back and tight end and another wide receiver.
Well, you got a big grocery list and you don't have a lot of money.
I think we get Rattledge at 79 also, or DT or RB.
Yeah, you're not getting Rattledge because I bet you the Lions pick him. That's exactly what they would do.
Would Texans use 2026 draft capital to move up from 79? I don't know. I don't know if they really love anybody.
I mean, you could move up a couple of spots with some of those sixth rounders. Like if you wanted to move up 79 to 75, those sixth rounders and the seventh rounders could probably get it done.
Dell's rolling deep with this pick.
Looks like I don't have the sound on, but it looks like the family of a fallen soldier.
Yeah. Very deep. Like it.
Field Yates is best tight end available. I thought Field Yates' best player available was Gunnar Helm. I was like, that's curious.
I could see Gunnar getting picked today by the Texans. I could very easily see Gunnar Helm getting picked today by the Texans.
It's exactly what you need is unathletic tight end.
He's athletic. He moves well after the catch, man. It's not the best combine. He's got that field speed.
They don't care about workouts, so they don't care about workout results. So
what do we got? The Coob family is what it says. The Coob fam. Dun-dun-dun-dun. 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 They're announcing the pick for the Lions.
It's going to be Tate Rattledge.
Dun-dun-dun-dun. The Coob family.
What do we got here, Coob family?
The Detroit Lions select. Well, they're really building this one up. Come on, Pops.
Bang.
There you go. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Right guard is what they needed. Right guard is what he played. 3 years at Georgia, two-time All-American.
You nailed it.
Two-time first-team All-SEC.
I nailed the Jets. You nailed the Lions, man. You nailed it. So RIP Tate Rattledge. Cody Stoots, your thoughts. Tate Rattledge will not be a Houston Texan. Let me hear you cry.
I would not have traded up to 48 for him, but it looks like he wasn't going to be available at 58 because he just went at 57. I certainly understand trying to get a long-term tackle solution over an immediate starter, but I felt like an immediate starter was more important.
I also think this kind of feels a little bit like a hop over. We thought that the Raiders may take Banks because their offensive line's a problem. And I would envision that at 58, because they didn't get Banks, that Rattledge would have been their pick. So the Lions were like, oh, God, we like this guy. They passed on a really good offensive lineman to go running back. And now they're going to go back and try to build from the back to the front instead of the front to the back. And the Lions said, not so fast, my friend. We're hopping over. We're taking Tate Rattledge. Stick that where the sun don't shine, Pete Carroll. That's what happened just now. That's the hop. That's the dangerous of the hop, Cody.
And you know what? If he didn't go 58 to the Raiders, Baltimore sitting there at 59. They lost one of their starting guards this year. So
now the Raiders are already up there. So maybe they're like, thank you. We didn't like him anyways. We're going to take a different offensive lineman.
We're going to take somebody better. Boy, this guy's giving a dissertation here. Get to the pick, but
yeah, this is one of those guys. Whoever the hell this is, he's like honored that he's making the pick. Yeah, I gotta go to the Raiders. He's probably been like ironing his suit for like 3 weeks, getting ready for this.
3 weeks.
This dude looks like a guy that would definitely be like a higher up executive at like a sleazy ass company. This guy, I'm surprised this guy doesn't have his shirt unbuttoned and at a happy hour right now hitting on the waitresses. Who is this guy? I don't even know who I'm talking to. Oh yeah, I got this guy pegged. This guy's definitely hitting on the waitresses. He's the guy who goes into like Pluckers or Hooters in like a suit, and he's just like acting like a total creep with these chicks. Hey, what's your car payment?
TCU wide receiver Jack Bech to the Las Vegas Raiders.
So they're just trying to surround Geno. When you got Geno, you got to surround him with some talent. So Jack Bech and Genty. So they're doing their thing. Some people call Bech white puka.
That's a little much.
Well, Dane Brugler did it. So blame it on Dane.
That's a little much. I don't know why it is. Lions fans are in my mentions from my Rattledge tweets earlier today.
Saying what?
He's on the Lions now. Like, okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
What do they do? Just search Tate Rattledge and try to talk crap?
I guess. I was just saying I think he's a good player.
All right, so we're 21 picks away. And let's see what the 21 looks like just with the board here. So Shador, they're not taking him. I mean, what's the wildest thing like when you look at this that you could think that you could think of?
The wildest thing looking at what's available is they take one of these defensive ends that's hanging out right there. Either Mike Green or Landon Jackson.
Do you see what I was saying though? And one of the reasons that I brought up the Petrie extension with like all this value at safety, like in nickel safety, just dog nickel safeties all over the place. Like, look at this safety value. Winston, Watts, Makuba is one of the more underrated players in this draft.
Billy Bowman's a good player. Jonas Sanker is a good player. RJ Mickens has some usefulness. Like, there's a lot of
these inside corners too. Just man, it was just stag draft. They love then some Petrie. On the soup, JJ Stag. Shout out to Stag for rolling with us.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
He says Tate will definitely be at 58 or later. The mullet is dead.
Guess you could say the Texans went through the process, decided to mull it over and go with a tackle.
All right. Chaos with a K says Fannin and Grant move got the Cody shower cap on.
Fannin and Grant. It's like Harold Fannin and Charles Grant. Charles Grant from William and Mary, and Harold Fannin from Bowling Green. Well, that's not what they do. They don't take small school guys. They don't take small school guys. That's not what they do. Be back. I need a moment to process this Tate Rattledge stuff.
He's very sad right now. He's very sad right now. So the Texans right now, they've gone wide receiver, Higgins, who we've talked about a lot. And then they go offensive line, tackle, not interior guard, tackle. They got a lot of guys battling for competition. Nobody that you really feel good about as a starter. But they go with the Minnesota tackle, Ariante Ursery, who's known for his pass blocking. There's a lot of guys kind of drooling over him. I don't know how much they liked him, but they get that guy and they get a wide receiver. Now, as far as Higgins goes, brought this up this morning on my morning walk. It was 9 a.m. I tweeted about Iowa State receivers. Matt Campbell and Nick Caley, I'm assuming, have a decent relationship. So I'm assuming that he got some good information. Grew up within 10 miles of each other. High school football coach Matt Campbell's dad, and then Nick Caley. So where do we look now? Running back was kind of a conversation. I've always been pushing the running back thing. The only running back that would make sense at 79, if he's there, is Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. Workhorse for them. Didn't fumble at all last year. After that, like running back, you might as well just wait. And we know that the Texans, Scadabo's a popular name. Scadabo's at 46. That might be like a little bit later on, but that would be a guy that would get the fan base excited. But you have a defensive-minded coach, D'Amico without the O. You just got to wonder if now they're going to go defense because D'Amico just can't help himself. Just can't help himself. And Cody's not over this Rattledge thing. This is true love here. This is heartbreak. Zittister, both of your draft grades so far. Where your grades at? What you got? Oh no, I don't have a grade.
Yeah, let me finish this round or this day before I give you a grade.
I would say that the Higgins is an A just because I had it. By the way, the mock that I had him at 41. So I traded back to 41 and got him, but don't know that he would have been there. I don't have a strong opinion on the tackle. Cody's depressed because they didn't get Tate Rattledge. Someone says, what team do you think Shedeur Sanders ends up on?
Is he gonna fall like Malik Willis?
I don't know where he ends up because now at this point, it's if you didn't want to draft him as a starter, do you want that guy as a developmental guy? Like if you're already questioning like a starter, do you want him like coming in and trying to learn behind somebody?
Boy, when the Raiders were on the clock, he had to be thinking he had a shot there, and then they went with the wide receiver.
Baylor Bear says, does Landry realize living 10 miles from each other is not close? I think that's a joke, right?
You talking about the Caley stuff?
Yeah, that's not close. 10 miles.
10 miles next to each other in Ohio is very close. There's not a lot of stuff in between you.
Yeah, you're 10 miles within each other, and you're both high school football guys, and your dad's a coach. What kind of stupid comment is that, Baylor Bear 03? Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's pretty close, especially when you're talking about the Ohio football roots and all that. Yeah, so I didn't realize that because
also Caley's he's like a high school football nerd.
Yeah, big nerd. Matt Campbell. Chase says you got a drinking buddy. He says he's drinking his sorrows away over Rattledge. So you really got people excited about Rattledge, and now he's gone. So there's no mullet.
No mullet. Nope.
Baltimore Ravens pick is in.
There's other offensive linemen if you like guards. Just it's bad for the guard talk brand if they don't get a guard. I'm really shocked Savanaia went so high. He's fine, but he's not like trade up for in the top part of the second round. Fine.
JJ Stagg says he's about to start drinking. So I guess this Rattledge love was a thing.
Yeah, I mean, you just want a guy to be able to get on the field in 2025. Is it too much to ask for?
Well, they said they don't operate in 1-year windows. You've heard Nick Caserio say that a time or 500.
You're right about that.
That is Nick Caserio's story, and he is sticking to it. Baltimore
has to wait for the Jack Bech interview to finish.
Yeah, Bech is up there looking classy. He's got his Raiders hat on. Are they talking about the story and stuff? Man, you really got people excited about Rattledge.
Well, yeah. What I mean, it's not because I thought he looked cool. Like, he's a good football.
The mullet helped, dude.
He's a good football player.
If he had a fade, you wouldn't have cared.
That's not true. I liked Tyler Booker. He didn't have a cool haircut.
If he had a fade, you wouldn't even be talking about Rattledge. I think this is just mullet stuff.
I liked Jonah Savanaia. He didn't have a cool haircut.
Yeah, but you didn't love him like this.
Well, yeah, because he wasn't a 3-year starter in the SEC, a 2-time All-American, 2-time first-team All-SEC. Rattledge was an All-American. He only played 10 games this year.
Yeah, it's just the offensive line thing is just, it's not.
Oh, freaking of course, Baltimore. Unreal.
Mike Green, edge out of Marshall, so he just falls in their lap. That's the most Ravens thing ever.
So of course they get Mike Green.
Now he's going to be awesome.
Great.
The Baltimore respect alive and well here on day 2 of DraftaMania with Landry and Cody Stoots. Let's now go to the super chat.
Of all the stuff they needed.
Swarm.
Cody Stoots' suicide watch is alive and well here at 8:10. So keep an eye on Cody Stoots and make sure his hands are above to where you can see them.
I'm sure we won't see Mike Green fly past Blake Fisher at any point when the Texans go play the Ravens this year.
Cody Stoots has entered Brian Cushing mode. Be careful. He gets very emotional whenever he doesn't get his guys. Master Bruce says Titus Howard at right guard.
Well, that's a great solution. That's a great solution. Anytime you could do that, you should definitely do that.
Be on the lookout. The Broncos are on the clock. Sean Payton. What will Sean Payton do?
Mike Green finally got drafted, huh?
Is Sean Payton going to get his running back?
Let's see.
Is he going to take Dylan Sampson? By the way, Dylan Sampson, not the worst idea either at 79. Running back, Sampson or Johnson could make sense at 79.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Dylan Sampson is a really good player at Tennessee last year.
He's only started 1 year, and that 1 year he was SEC Player of the Year. You know my favorite Dylan Sampson quote. Tell the people our favorite Dylan Sampson fact. Go ahead. Tell the people.
What's the favorite Dylan Sampson fact?
He went to the same high school in Louisiana as Eric and Justin Reed.
Oh, yeah.
And Landon Collins.
Not Jordan Reed.
And a couple of other NFL players, and he's the only one who started as a freshman. Only non-kicker to start as a freshman at that high school. That's a pretty big flex right there, I would say.
It is a big flex. I just don't know why he couldn't get on the field the past 2 years with a bunch of slappies at the running back spot at Tennessee. Oh, there's the gadget guy for Sean Payton.
What do you mean slappies at Tennessee?
The guys that were playing ahead of him weren't good.
No, they had some good running backs. Right? That went to the Dolphins drafted?
He couldn't get on the field at all after Wright was gone? Or before Wright was gone?
No, he got right on the field after. RJ Harvey out of UCF is the pick for Sean Payton.
There's Sean Payton's what was he looking for all offseason? Joker?
Yeah, someone he's looking for like his Alvin Kamara, whatever the hell they call it.
Yeah, just like the guy he can move around and
you and John Harris like this guy more than me.
Yeah, he wouldn't have fit great with the Texans. You want someone with a bit more of a defined skill set. He's kind of just like the annoying thing that I read, and then when you watch it, sometimes you kind of see it, is that instead of being a good running back, he just was faster than other people. So he just ran to the edge and got to the edge. And it's like, that's good football, but that's not going to happen in the NFL.
Yeah, it's going to be a little different. You're going to have to make some cuts. But Sean Payton, he took him over Sampson, and he took him over Johnson.
Caleb Johnson.
There you go.
I'd be fine with Sampson or Johnson.
All right. I want everyone to rewind their DVR right now. And I want them to start it at the RJ Harvey. At the RJ Harvey highlight part. I'll give you some time to do that. Rewind your DVR. Go to the RJ Harvey highlight part. And I got a little treat for you.
Let's try and play this thing, all right? Be ready to run now.
I like that.
What time is it? Game time. Woo!
Let's play the game that is sweeping the nation. Let's play Name That Team, RJ Harvey edition. Let's watch these highlight tapes and let's try to guess what fucking team is trying to tackle him. I'm stumped on that one. I'm stumped on that one. What high school is that? Stumped on that one too. So there we go. Thanks for playing Name That Team.
You're so mean to RJ Harvey. He's been in the Big 12 for 2 years.
Name that team.
Some of those were Sam Houston in New Hampshire
and yes,
and Boise State and Kent State.
The original Jay says, "Let the frustration out, Stoots. Rage, Cody, rage."
It's not.
Don't hide it. Don't mask it, dude.
It's not a rage thing. I don't see the vision.
If you're just tuning in, Cody is very upset that the Texans did not draft Tate Rattledge.
Well, combined with the fact that I have no idea where they're playing the other second-round pick, and what is he doing?
The Bears pick is in. Do they go running back now?
They've had opportunities to already go running back, and they decided against it.
Texans are 17 away. Bally Sanchez, she says, "Cody, take a shot at tequila. It numbs the pain." Yeah, go get you got some 1800. Go get it. Go get your 1800. Nah, go get your 1800.
I don't need that.
No, she's super chatted. She's asking nicely, and just get you get your 1800. Come on, you're upset about Rattledge. Come on, it's a stream. Come on, go get the tequila.
I don't
tell Cody if he's going to sit here and whine and depress everybody and build up their excitement for Tate Rattledge. Who, by the way, I don't think he should have built up y'all's excitement that much. Quite frankly, I don't think he would have done it if the guy didn't have a mullet. So if he's going to do that, and then he's going to sit here and be upset, why didn't he show some actual heart when someone asked him to take a shot of tequila? I think that's a real selfish move by Cody if he didn't go take the tequila. And thank you very much, chat, for backing it up. Get the 1800. Pour it out, do your thing. Bears pick is in. We're on a commercial right now. How many insurance commercials can we see? By the way, here we go. Here's the 1800. Cody Stoots, let's go.
I got this. It's a no, I'm not. I got this. A buddy of mine got this for me in Mexico, so it's appropriate that I'm taking some tequila out of it. Via con Dios, Tate Rattledge.
There you go. Okay, there you go.
Go, man. Be good to be sipping on something not as stiff as that tomorrow at Karbach.
Yeah, Karbach, by the way, tomorrow, 11 o'clock. I want you there. Got the shirts right here.
Woo. I guess I'll return my dollar store mullet that I bought.
Oh, you had that bit ready?
No, I didn't. Cheers. Thank you for the super chat. And
we'll see you at Karbach.
Tequila.
Get y'all's ass to Karbach. Someone says, Cody drinks, Landry takes a rip. You can't take rips on YouTube. I'll go downstairs and easily take a rip if you'll let me. If you'll give me some time, you can't do that on YouTube. You get in trouble. But I will definitely go out in the backyard and take a rip right now.
Are they going to draft defense with the next pick?
I think it's looking like that could very well happen. Tay says, Cody, there is no vision. Nick Caserio equals Ray Charles.
Houston.
Birdie Boy says, Cody has a right to be upset. Rattledge is a dog. What dogs do we have on our O-line right now?
Now, to be fair here, Laken Tomlinson's supposed to be a dog.
God.
He just might be, you ever seen somebody?
He's a faithful pup, man. He's always starting.
Well, yeah, like maybe they don't run as fast as they used to. They don't bark as loud as they used to, but you get too close, they'll bite you. Laken Tomlinson, and then Laken Tomlinson. I mean, he's a dog. So,
are you already drunk or what? You just said Laken Tomlinson twice. Did that one shot of tequila really get you like that?
That's the point. They don't have any dogs on the line.
Oh, okay. Then I missed the point. Okay, it went over my head. I apologize. Wag says y'all should do a shot together. I mean, tequila.
Landry doesn't like offensive linemen, so he can't get upset about that.
Yeah, I'm chilling right now. I'm probably go downstairs and hit some of that.
Oh no! Don't do that.
That Undertaker, you hit it, and then you raise up.
You do the old, have your eyes roll back in your head.
Yeah. You hit the weed, and then all of a sudden, you're awake.
Shamar Turner, defensive tackle for Texas A&M to the Chicago Bears.
Tickle Me Elko from Texas A&M. He has 3 linemen drafted. 3 D linemen. How many sacks combined with these 3 guys?
I think they only had like 8 sacks combined.
What a weird case study that is.
Yeah. Shamar Turner would have been a player at 79 that would have been very difficult for DeMeco Ryans to pass up.
Come on.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I think DeMeco wants defense.
Yeah, well, Shamar Turner would have been a really good defensive tackle at 79. So I think, that's certainly something that they would have done. I mean, he's off the board now. So a couple more selections here in the second round. Then we move to the third round, which is how numbers work. Hey, I know this guy. I used to work with
skinny Andy Reid is now.
I know this guy. I used to work with this guy.
It's Dante Hall.
Is he going to stop announcing the pick in the middle of the pick?
Dante Hall in the building. The X Factor. The pick is in for the Chiefs. How much does Andy Reid weigh now?
Damn it.
He's closer to 200 than 300.
Oh, Andy's lost a tremendous amount of weight. I saw him at the owners meeting. He's lost a lot of weight.
Small, man.
Remember when that scout was making fun of him in the press box ahead of the Chargers game, trying to impress that girl? I tell you that?
Yeah, you told me. Omar Norman Lotz.
There goes my shot called at 79.
Well, I mean, it doesn't count as a bad shot if he wasn't there. It's not your fault. That actually makes it look better.
Norman Lott's a weird case study because Tennessee did the rotation similar to the way the Texans do, and they would not put him on the field in rushing situations. Like they only put him on the field if they thought the other team was passing the ball. So he's a very weird case study. So he might be like a one-trick pony. But our famous thing.
DeMeco doesn't mind that one trick. He just doesn't want you to be a run stuffer.
Right. Well, we know we're also of the sound mind where it's just because the guy didn't do it in college doesn't mean he can't do it. So
where the hell did Jeremiah have Omar Norman Lott?
Like 100 and something?
Good Lord. He's wearing 8 sweatbands. You see that? He's doing the overshown.
Yeah, he was he liked to get the accessories going. Let's get some of these super chats here, Landry. Landry, you ever been out with Cody and see him fully let loose? I can't imagine him actually drunk.
Yes. many times.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
partied.
I have, yes.
Kyle Nance, truck driver stuck in Cali and Arizona this weekend. Thanks for the coverage. Buy somebody a shot on me. Kyle, thank you so much, man.
Shout out to you, my friend.
Appreciate you for checking
that
in
West
from the road.
Coast drive, man. I've made it twice, but I went all the way through. I only stopped for gas. Man, there is some crappy scenery when you do that, but I think it's better than driving to like Kansas or Nebraska, even though there's more time.
Appreciate the super chat, Kyle. Thank you for letting us knock off some of the time here while you're driving. Monteano Aaron, nice shot glass. It's big. I don't hear that very often. Sean Elvis, thank you for the super chat. Mushroom 713, how about another shot? In the future, we'll ask Cody where he was in the 2025 draft.
No, I feel like this helped him. He was a little on edge. I actually feel like this is
that's funny, Mushroom. Yeah, we'll see a little bit later in the draft what we get into. Could they draft Shadur for insurance for CJ? Wags asks. No.
Hell no.
No. Raphael, what happened with Dante Hall as a 6'10 host?
Yeah, go ahead. What happened?
He quit in the middle of the show. He was tired of talking about Brock Osweiler. He said to me in the break, didn't we talk about this already? I said, yep. And we talked
He
about
didn't understand radio, man. He didn't understand P1, P2, and like you got to be on the hit. He doesn't understand the balance of it.
It was
Andy hated John.
Yes. And it was I'm trying to remember what game it was. It was Colts. It was Sunday Night Football. It was after the Colts game. Osweiler hit like a check down or a screen to Lamar Miller. And we were talking about that, and he got tired of talking about the quarterback. So it's not all about the quarterback. All right, thanks. And then he quit. I never saw him again. And then he pretended like he did. He did pretend like he didn't know me at the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Next pick decides if I black out. You know me too. It's funny. Sean Elvis, Cody left tackle was the pick. Rob is a one and done guy. This is huge and can throw a punch. This was the pick. Take that mother shot. Oh, take another shot is what he's maybe saying.
What he said. I think you got to take another shot.
I've had two people ask for it. I can take care of the people here.
Yeah, take you another shot, man. I'll read the rest of the super chats while you get you another shot.
All right.
Wag says, do we see a Pierce or Mechie trade tonight? The answer to that would be no. Maybe that's kind of like a camp, like throwaway, similar to what we saw with Green. Atlas Max says, Landry, take a rip, big dog. I will in a little bit. The Eagles are about to make their pick. They're on the clock. Texans are 15 spots away after this one. Bo Allen. I don't know who the hell this guy is with the long hair, but he shouldn't have long hair. He looks like an absolute weasel. So let's see who the Eagles take. We always assume whoever the Eagles take is going to be good. Oh, God. Andrew Makuba, the safety out of Texas. I actually think that he's one of the more underrated guys in this draft. Two guys that I follow very closely. One had him as a top 40 and the other one had him as a top 20, which might be a little bit rich, but every time a big play was needed to be made, he would make it. Started out at Clemson, went to Texas last year. The Eagles, I think, got a steal here, and I think the people in Dallas are disgusted because they're the ones who really, really like this guy. There's a lot of safeties that can make plays. I feel like this guy gets kind of slept on, and then you factor in that you have respect for whatever the Eagles do. I think they did a good job with Makuba here.
What a great way to replace CJ Gardner-Johnson because you ran out of money. You couldn't pay him, and you go and get that guy.
Yeah, it's going to be a solid replacement. You will see this guy making big plays in big games because the Eagles are going to be on primetime a lot. So I think the Eagles did a hell of a job.
Wow.
There.
So really, I mean, the Eagles are doing what the Eagles do, which is be awesome at the draft.
Russell says definitely off that high grade tonight. I think we take Wilson, the center at 79, would rather take Cameron Williams at 89 for the project tackle. You don't want that.
No.
You don't want that. John Harris would probably lose his mind too. He's too much of a project, and he's not. He should have stayed at Texas and got.
He should be in Austin still.
Sean says he's drunk. Shout out to you, my friend. It's that time. It's Friday. Shout out to all the Friday folk out there. Hope to be Saturday folk tomorrow, 11 a.m. Karbach. H-Town's Ultimate says, Cody, one more shot. Just kidding. Landry, go take a rip, brother. Much love to both of you guys.
I do owe the folks one here.
There you go.
Let's see. Hold on.
I wanted Macklin. I'm having flashbacks. I wanted Macklin. Not Brian Cushing. I wanted
Macklin. The way you're saying it is actually kind of giving me like I can see flashes of me actually doing that now.
Yeah, and I'm not lying.
No, I've never claimed that you were fully lying.
Okay.
You might have been embellishing a little bit.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to think of a good toast here. Hey, to all the people that watch DraftaMania, you're the best. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? Those don't go down as easy as they used to.
Jorge says, sorry I'm late. How you feeling about the picks? I like the first one. The second one, I don't have a strong take on. Cody's not thrilled. He's mad that Tate Rattledge is gone, and he thinks that they drafted someone that's not going to immediately contribute.
I mean, when we're sitting here, when we're in July, when we're at training camp, and I start doing the 11 plus observations on Houston football, one day number one's going to be Jaden Higgins had the catch of training camp. This is awesome. We're going to talk about it. And then I'm going to go through 10 more, and it's going to be a busy day. So I'm going to go to 14 instead of 11. And then I'm going to do the additional observations at the bottom. And I'll tell you about some special team stuff. I'll give you Kaimi's, misses and makes that day, how well Tommy Townsend punted. And then like the last little bullet point will be Ariante Ursery ran with the second team. And that's what we'll do in training camp.
The original Jay says, Stoots, Landry, thank you. Land dog, take that rip. Okay. I'll do it in a sec. I'll go get some water too. Maybe some coffee and some green. Sean says, what RB we filling and where?
Who is this?
Scatabo is the most popular guy, but is that Jason Sehorn?
Yeah, it's Jason Sehorn.
The white corner, before the white corner kind of had a little comeback.
Man, Darius Alexander, Toledo, defensive tackle for the Giants. The Texans would not have drafted him. He's 25 and he played at Toledo, but I like him. I feel like he's a pretty good player.
So there you go, Jason Sehorn, looking sharp, man.
Darius Alexander feels like he really wanted to be. I mean, my gauge was he would have been excited to be on the Texans.
I think oh yeah, you asked him at the combine, didn't you?
No, I talked to him for like 10 minutes at the Senior Bowl. And
you became a big fan of his?
Well, I've talked to some guys for 10 minutes and I don't like them. It didn't automatically make me a fan of them.
I didn't mean it like that, but
it's like Darius Alexander graced me with his presence, and so I became
your boy Landon Jackson. I thought Landon Jackson was supposed to be like the freak of the.
Oh, have you ever seen the Landon Jackson workout video from back in the day?
Yes, and everybody's making fun of it.
He's still that stiff. He's just bigger. He's done a good job changing his body. He's added a tremendous amount of weight, and he's much stronger. But he's still very stiff.
The Chiefs pick is in.
Man.
The Chiefs pick is in.
Ashton Gelati, defensive end from Louisville. They're loading up on pass rush out there in Kansas City.
I mean, Chris Jones ain't playing forever.
Gelati's a fun player. He just constant pressure, man. Constant pressure. One of the best pressure rates in college football this past year. Now, ACC, a lot of success against some
All
slappy
right, let's
teams.
play the game that's sweeping the nation. Here we go. Name that team. Name that team.
I know this one. This one's Notre Dame.
All right. Well, what about the team before that? Who was? Oh, is that Delaware? Oh, it's Pitt. Okay, wrong. All right, Notre Dame. Here we go.
Here. I have a rule, Landry. I have a rule that I think should be applied to defensive end highlights. If you're going to show me a sack montage, I need to know the score of the game. Because I do not give a damn if a guy gets a sack when the other team's winning by 25 points.
Sacks get stacks.
What I watched the Patriots fans discovered the Will Campbell comment about, if you give up 12 sacks, you work at Amazon. If you get 12 sacks as a defensive end, you're a top 5 pick. So that was making the rounds this morning. Patriots fans were like, this guy's great.
He was on the radio there today.
It's like, yeah, wait till you see him try to block a defensive end. His little T-Rex arms. Jurassic World starring Will Campbell.
So is D'Amico going to go defense?
We're 10 picks away. No trade up. There's nothing to trade up for.
Is D'Amico going to go defense?
They could get a guard here. They visited. So Joshua Farmer is available. They visited with him. Ty Robinson from Nebraska he is exactly what D'Amico Ryans wants out of a defensive lineman. He's also got a little edge versus defensive tackle versatility. Like he could play both. We're thinking defensive line, correct? Like we're not thinking secondary or linebacker.
Who's we? You don't think D'Amico's thinking that? D'Amico's thinking all that defense, man.
Well, if he was thinking linebacker, Paul from Ole Miss is a nice player.
D'Amico might go all defense from here on out. Look, I gave you your receiver and your offensive line. It's time to get back to what wins football games.
Here, oh yeah, we're getting in the trenches, but the cool part of the trenches.
CJ87 says, "What wide receiver doesn't make the cut in training camp?" My guess is Jared Wayne, the tank killer.
Are we? Oh man,
that's harsh, man.
Are we calling him the tank killer?
I would say Mechie's out. Let's go H-Town. Does Laramie Fowler have any takes tonight? He had a report earlier in the day. He did his thing. The drunk Texan, how y'all feel about Miles Frazier?
Miles Frazier is Rattledge light. He played a lot at LSU, wasn't as successful as Tate Rattledge. Only played he was a left guard at LSU. Rattledge was a right guard. But sort of the same vibes, considered to be a mauler. Hey, he gets your hands on you. He's going to really, really give you a hard time. They visited with Miles Frazier, by the way. He was a visit.
Wag says they could get your safety from Penn State. Reed, I just don't know when they're going safety. Man, it was such a deep draft. Xavier Watts? I like Xavier Watts a lot. I don't know what they're.
Hold on. Did you like Reed or did you like Winston?
I like both.
Yeah, I liked both too. But Winston is the one that's at the top of the board or top of the safety rankings right now. Reed's
the day 3 guy.
Reed, they could maybe get in the 5th or 6th.
Yeah, and he said he loves their defense. So
yeah. So they could maybe get Reed.
ESG Soccer says McShay loves our OT. Also, see the Texans tweet. Response ham.
Harold Fannin Jr., tight end from Bowling Green to the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
I got to tell you a story about him. John Harris said, hey, he kind of runs funny. And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, he just kind of runs. Watch him. He just kind of runs funny. And now when I see him run, I can't unsee it. It has he's got his legs. They don't move like a big time athlete. It's very strange looking.
What if they take Kyle Williams and they get another receiver?
I mean, are you totally opposed to that?
No, I think it's an appropriate. I mean, I think and closer to 100 than like 58 or whatever is. I mean, that's more appropriate. I mean, but Kyle Williams was being talked about as, hey, this guy. I still don't like him that much. I like Noel better than him. Like if they're gonna just get both the Iowa State guys, if they're gonna do that. But
well, it's funny you would say that because Noel gets comped to Christian Kirk a lot. So if you had the next Christian Kirk and the next Nico Collins as your wide receiver draft picks, that'd be a pretty interesting draft. I hadn't really thought about doubling up at wide receiver, but that's certainly a possibility.
I mean, if I would double up. I would double up. Like take both the Iowa State guys.
They visited with Noel. He came in for a 30 visit.
He's the pure slot. Take them both. They're good, man.
And for what? And
they're
again,
good.
We talked about this the other day. For whatever it's worth, Jalen Noel played special teams and was a returner. So,
yeah, we don't know what that looks like, but
we don't know if it doesn't matter as much on punts anymore because
damn, all right, it's time to play the game. Name that team. Harold Fannin edition. Name that team right there in the all whites. Who is that? Why is that guy look like he's wearing cement shoes? Name that team. I have no idea. If you told me I could have $1 million for naming that team, I would not be able to do it. All right. That's the next installment of Name That Team here on S&L.
Hey, I think that guy tried to sell me cable at Sam's.
What? Sean Elvis says, who can shotgun a beer faster, Cody or Landry?
Landry missed. People weren't shotgunning beers when you were at your drinking peak, were they? I feel like that came after you.
What? When do you think shotgunning beer got invented, Cody?
I'm not saying invented.
What do you think it is?
Popularized.
What do you think it is? Like that.
I feel like shotgunning has become a lot more popular in the past decade or so.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm not saying, it got invented after you started drinking. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying from a popularity standpoint. I don't know about a shotgun, but I can chug a beer faster than Landry can.
Okay. I'll let you have that, man.
Other people are asking.
Who can drink more beers, though? Like, really?
You? I mean, I'm not saying I'll be alive when I'm doing it, but I mean, I got a big tank. Yeah. I'm not saying I'm gonna be coherent. What is John Cena doing on the TV now?
There's a big relationship right now going on with ESPN and WWE. WWE's all over the place with this. They've done a very good job of getting Americanized.
Hey, Shedeur Sanders, you can't get drafted. Oh, Cena's got a movie with Idris Elba, so it looks like they're promoting that movie.
Is Cena's movies good?
They are. If it's an action movie, it's mindless action. If it's a comedy movie, it's mindless comedy. All
right. I'm going to be dumb and ask you, what does mindless action mean?
It's action you've seen before, but John Cena's doing it instead of other action star that you've seen do it before. So there's not going to be anything new to it. There's not going to be anything like, well, I've never seen that before. It's going to be big explosions. It's going to be fights, shootouts, nothing you haven't seen before. Well, there goes your dream. Well, nightmare. Well, second wide receiver option.
All right, there you go. So Mike Vrabel.
The New England Patriots pick Kyle Williams, wide receiver from Washington State.
Oh, good.
Another name that team.
All right, here we go. Let's play the game that's sweeping the nation. Here we go. It's time to play. Name that team. We'll get through these high school highlights first. Trust me, the teams won't look any different. We just saw his high school highlights. Now it's time to go to the college highlights. And yes, He was in the Pac-12, but most of his production came against teams that would not win the high school state championship.
I recognize this one. That's a place called Oregon.
Here you go. Kyle Williams. Name that team. Here we go. Okay. Oregon. Okay.
Pretty good. That's a good one. Oregon. This one's Portland State. Nope,
Okay.
that's Washington.
Okay.
It's one of the Big Ten's finest, Landry. This one, I don't know. I don't know this one. This is, or is that Oregon State? Or is that Syracuse? I don't know. That's Syracuse.
Is that Bowling Green?
No, that's Syracuse.
Oh, that's the bowl game.
Oh, yeah.
That's the bowl game where they had all the opt-outs and Kyle Williams went ham. Detroit
Also,
wastes no time again.
It is so funny to me that Roy Lopez makes one of the Lions like new additions. Like key departures, new additions. Like Roy Lopez is in the new addition category. Remember when he was a thing for 2.5 minutes?
God. Do I ever?
You're an autograph guy. Do you want Goodell's autograph?
I'm not an autograph guy. I haven't gotten autographs since I was a teenager.
Okay, I'm gone. Let me rephrase. You were an autograph guy.
Yeah.
Would you have wanted the commissioner's autograph?
Yeah, for sure. It's Goodell, man. It's the face of the best league in the world.
The Detroit Lions just did something crazy. They drafted Isaac Tesla. That should not be a day 2 pick. That is, and he's from Michigan. So they got a little hometown thing going, but he's a great athlete. He has a lot of developing to do at the wide receiver position. I like Tesla, but I was hoping 5th or 6th round for him. Yikes. What are you doing, Detroit? Trade us Jameson Williams.
I mean, maybe they're just trying to develop
Oh, I like Tesla, but I don't like Tesla at 70. That's wild. He was really fast at the combine, had a great shuttle. Freak athlete, but not a developed wide receiver in any way, shape, or form. Well, that's a weird pick.
Super chat. Sean says, great laughs. Enjoy you guys. Love the Texans talk from the Army Guard Station in VA. Shout out to Virginia. I can't wait to get back to Texas. We can't wait for you to be back in Texas.
Hey, Sean.
And we appreciate you very much.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate you for listening and letting us entertain you a little bit.
There you go. Cody has calmed down from the Tate Rattledge heartbreak.
Yeah, I'm just ready to get my heart broken again, you know? Oh, they traded up for Tesla? Or no, that's just the wait.
No, they just picked right away.
No, they traded up for it. Oh my goodness. They gave up 3 third-round picks to go get him. Okay.
Seems a little
Okay. Detroit.
Is Jameson Williams getting traded now?
Detroit, good for you. Good for you getting Tate Rattledge. The rest of your draft's a joke.
Is this the new Jameson Williams?
I would call just to see. I'd call just to see if they wanted to trade Jameson Williams. I'd call just to see, you know. Hey, Brad, it's Nick Caserio. We're on the clock here at 89. Would you guys want to trade Jameson Williams to us?
What if Caserio got out of here with Jameson Williams?
I mean, Jameson Williams, Jaden Higgins, left tackle of the future. I'll quit my bitching if they get Jameson Williams.
Yeah, if they get Jameson Williams.
They get Jameson Williams. A couple of people better hope they don't have too long on their lease in the wide receiver room.
So who we thinking at 79, chat? Where we at? Where are we at? I'll double up receivers. I'll take the Iowa State guys. I'll take the Iowa State.
I really like that idea. That's a great idea.
Let's double up. Let's go. You got the slot guy. Move around. I mean, Caleb Johnson's up there. He's number 5 on the list. If you want to go there, D'Amico, I know he likes his defense. I don't know where the hell he would want to go.
Jared Wilson, the center from Georgia.
God, the safety value is crazy, man. It is insane that they just said, okay, we're going to pay another safety that's limited the top nickel corner money, man. Like, you have Watts and Winston here. That's crazy.
I've been texting my buddy who covers he's on the radio in Detroit, and he was giving me a hard time about Rattledge. And I just texted him back about Tesla, and I was like, cool. He said, well, we just got the next Cooper Cup. I was like, racist much?
Race car.
Tesla is the next Cooper Cup. That's where we're at.
I just said white guy slot must be Cooper Cup. There's going to be a running back available when the Texans are on the clock. Yeah,
I mean, it's going to be Johnson and Sampson, both of which who they visited with. I don't know if it's worth. I'm doubling up at receiver. And I'm taking Noel. I'm taking both Iowa State, or I'm taking Amos at this point. Go ahead, get the corner depth. Take care of it. It's a disaster. Take care of the corner depth.
I like Jacob Parrish from Kansas State as well.
Yeah, just address that because it's not good.
If you knew for sure you had your 3 corners for the next 3 years, that's not a bad situation to be in.
Amos at 79 is a good pick.
Landry, you've watched this guy more than me. Vernon Broughton should not have been the 71st overall pick, right?
Dude, everybody likes him. He's kind of one of those dirty work guys.
Okay.
He's like one of those like dirty work kind of sets the tone type of guy. So yeah, they take the Saints take Broughton out of Texas.
He was
a massive human being. And I mean, you saw Texas on short yardage. Like he's a big part. He's freeing up space. Like I think A&M in the A&M game, they stopped him on 4th and goal a few times.
He was not a top 150 guy.
Nope. Well, climbing up boards though, man.
Hey, they really don't make big, nasty defensive tackles anymore.
Amos went.
Did we miss Amos?
Maybe. I didn't.
Oh, he went to the commies.
Oh, okay. They just skipped that real quick. What is ESPN doing? Or
it was after RJ Harvey, before Shamar Turner.
Oh, okay. Must have missed it.
We both missed it. Thank you, chat, for letting us know about Amos. Still like Parrish, though.
Appreciate you.
What would you say to
Devin?
What would you say to this? And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know a lot about him. East Carolina cornerback Revel. He had a knee injury. Didn't play this year. Almost every draft prognosticator said that he would be a first-round pick if he was healthy. He's just hanging here. The Texans visited with him.
Landon Jackson is a Buffalo Bill.
Well,
there you go.
Good for them.
I'm doubling up receivers. I think they're good. I think they might get their running back here, Caleb Johnson.
It's not a bad pick.
Yeah, you do worse.
He was supposed to be a 2nd-round pick in a lot of people's eyes. There are a lot of people that believed he was the 3rd best back in this draft,
including Dane Brugler.
Iowa. Well, that's fine. It's cool.
Nah, I mean that's running into a wall. That's running against fronts that know that you're getting the ball.
He's just not as fun as Scattaboo.
No one is. I don't think there's any more fun pick than him.
So the excitement for Scattaboo to potentially the excitement for Scadaboo to potentially be picked, like if he lasts until the 4th round, whoever's got the top pick in the 4th round, their fan base is just going to be like, we got to get Scadaboo. We got to get Scadaboo.
He's fun to watch. I just don't know if he's someone that you really.
He feels like the type of guy that Frank Ross could turn into a special teams player.
He didn't play special teams, but he played damn near everything else in high school, like quarterback, receiver, running back, defense. Like he played everything, but never really special teams.
my Detroit guy, like a white guy slot, must be Cooper Kupp. He goes, big white guy, played at a small school at one point. Got to be Cooper Kupp.
All right, there you go. Esiruaku Thomas from Florida State.
Again, you've talked about the cornerback value this late in the draft. That's a really solid pick there by the Jets.
And he got picked by a former corner, a Texan.
To be fair, I do inherently trust DeMeco Ryans with any linebacker he drafts.
I trust him with any defensive player that he picks. As much as I have fun with the Demeek bit, I trust DeMeco Ryans with any pick that's on that side of the rock.
We got a request for updated Jeremiah if you have it.
Okay, let me pull up the updated Jeremiah. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Shador Sanders, Noel, Caleb Johnson, Noel Williams out of Cal, Jared Wilson. That's a center, though. I feel like they like majors. Winston at safety. Watts. God, Watts is a good player. And then Dylan Sampson at running back. So who knows where the hell they're going to go here?
So we got, and again, you're trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together with Nick Caley because he said basically nothing. Ursery, having been in a zone-only offense at Minnesota, if they decide to run a lot of zone concepts, that is right in Major's wheelhouse. Like he's going to be a zone NFL player. So if we're thinking about a late round center, Jake Majors from Texas, if they're going to do more zone stuff, he may not fit if they do more power or some of the other stuff. But just something to think about. Again, we're just trying to put the pieces together on the dang old offense.
Broncos pick is in.
I feel like they're making decisions pretty quick. Sean Payton must have a whiskey tasting.
Is he still partying?
What do you think? He looks like the freaking Michelin man.
He never sleeps, man.
He's one of the nicest people I've ever interviewed, though.
Really? Just real insightful. He just likes to talk football.
That's exactly what it was. Because we had him when I did the show with Jake Asman on the national channel, and we asked about the onside kick, and then we ended up talking just like football theory and stuff like that. And he was a very nice guy. And then he hung out for a few minutes and just chit-chatted with us after. So, oh, thanks for the interview, guys. We're like, okay, thank you for doing the interview. What are you thanking us for? Then he went and said all those nasty things to Colin Cowherd about the Texans, and I didn't like him anymore.
Yeah, that was so annoying. Colin Cowherd was basically like the playing telephone with him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, ownership, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Thanks, Colin. Where'd you get that from?
Back to the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Can you just cancel the custom Rattledge jersey? So you had already ordered the customized Rattledge jersey. Is it canceled?
I didn't order a customized Tate Rattledge jersey, guys. Come on.
Mike Tame says Miles Frazier at 79, Scadabo 89.
I would sign up for that. That's you want just like, I mean, the entertainment value of Scadmo is high. It's through the roof. I don't know how good of a football player he's going to be.
Wag says, what player would make you take another shot? Yeah, commit, Cody.
Oh.
What player would make you take another shot?
I'd take a shot if they took an end because there's enough players on the board.
Okay, so if the edge guy. All right, say less.
If they took an edge, I would take another shot because there's enough players at other positions that they need.
They don't draft for need. Have you not been listening?
Landry, they just drafted a project tackle.
They don't draft for need. Have you been paying attention?
Yeah, it turns out actually they do. Drafted a starting wide receiver. And okay, so Holton says, Deion Walker from Kentucky, you do not want this player on your team. Just no. Not even D'Amico Ryans could make that work.
Wow.
No. Also, hilarious thing that somebody told me at the Senior Bowl. They said, look at him. And I was like, okay, he's a giant human being. I said, look at him. I was okay. It's like, he's got skinny ankles. I was like, okay. He's like, well, he's a big fat guy. You can't have skinny ankles and be a big fat guy. I was like, okay.
Is Sanders gonna get drafted?
Wow. Denver. This wide receiver class is all jacked up, Landry.
Denver selects Pat Bryant out of Illinois.
Another supposed to be 5th round, 6th round pick. Did Jalen Noel kill somebody? What's going on here?
He's just kind of pigeonholed as a slot.
Well, Pat Bryant, you could time him with an hourglass.
Sean Payton sees something. He sees a Michael Thomas.
Well, no. Pat Bryant cannot play inside like Thomas did.
I'm just kidding. I don't know what.
So here I do have a fun. I just from reading and listening and talking about Pat Bryant, I do have a fun fact about Pat Bryant. 78% of his receptions went for a touchdown or a first down.
Arroyo had a similar number too. That was like up there with.
Arroyo had I think it was even higher.
I think it was like 80 something, and it was more than Brock Bowers. I think
it was like 80 something, and it was always a first down or a touchdown with him. Yeah, well, he's long gone, so unfortunately.
Yeah, that's over. What about your boy Jalen Royals?
We can never be Royals. He sucks. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, I mean, it's kind of shaping up. Like he's not like a edge top 5 guy. I think you don't have to pick on him right now.
I'd take Jalen Noel, and I would take Torrey Horton from Colorado State instead of him.
49ers, they take Nick Martin out of OSU.
Okay. Sure.
Nick Martin, your thoughts?
I'd love to tell you something about him. The only Nick Martin I know about is that awful center the Texans used to have.
Yeah, the brother of Zach, the one that brought the blocking sled to his house during COVID and acted like he was like some sort of hero for it. Yeah, I was just working out in my front yard, and someone walked by and said, "You play ball?" Well, you're wearing your full uniform out in your front yard pushing a blocking sled, dude.
Also,
didn't see him at the grocery store.
Also, Nick Martin acting like it was some Herculean effort to talk to the media. And that disgusted me about him.
Cowboys pick is in. So we are 3 spots away. Get ready. Reset how we got here, Cody. Reset how we got here.
So the Houston Texans basically started the day. They had the 34th overall pick. They picked Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. Higgins is a Nico Collins-esque type of wide receiver, tall, wins jump balls, impressed with some of the athleticism at the combine, and that was the 34th overall pick. Texans sat around for a little while, let things kind of develop, and then they used the 99th overall pick to trade up from 58 to 48, and they took a tackle from Minnesota, Ursery, and he is a slight developmental player in that they got to fine-tune some of the things about him, but you also could eventually play him as your starting left tackle. He played left tackle for the Gophers for 3 seasons. Ariante Ursery, the pick at 48 after the Texans traded up, and they have been waiting ever since. And
good pick for the Cowboys.
Well,
Good
we just talked about this guy. We just talked about him and how he was a first-round talent that slipped out. Is it Revel or Revel?
I wasn't going to learn it unless I really needed to, but I have no idea. However you want to say it, pick your pronunciation. PYP. ES Soccer says Scattaboo is a meme. Need an offensive guard, DTDL. Caleb, maybe. Johnson.
Wait, we're team content over here.
Yeah, Scattaboo. I'll take that. Amir says, my favorite thing about you guys is how much Landry can wind up. Cody, it's brilliant. It's like he's a toy, little winding up, and boom, off he goes. I don't know about all that. Karbach tomorrow. If you haven't heard, 11 a.m., Biergarten, pizza pints. Let us know in the chat if you're going to be there. We look forward to seeing you. Gunner Helmet 79. I don't know. You might be able to wait. You probably wait till 89 for that, and maybe even later. So the tight ends are slim pickings. They did meet with Gunner Helm. I don't know about that. There you go. Princely, pronounce that last name, please, and name that team while you're at it.
Uman Malelin. I don't think I got it right.
So we're 2 picks away from the Texans now.
Princely Uman Melon. Umemelion?
Out of Ole Miss.
Uman Mielen. Ole Miss having basically 10 guys off their roster get drafted and not making the college football playoff. Like, what are we doing, Lane Kiffin?
Man, but they lost by so few points, and it was like 3 games. And
dude, they lost to Kentucky. Screw Lane Kiffin for that.
Won by a lot of points, according to Lane.
Did I happen to lose a lot of money on that? Maybe.
Yeah, I think your biggest regret was not betting on them in that bowl game when Jackson Dart just went all out.
Oh, I bet, but it was one of those I should have bet everything I had.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was one of those where you bet and then you're like, man, why did I? I mean, that was just so easy.
It's the old the Bear from ESPN. He's over Fox now. The less you bet, the more you lose when you win.
That's a decent line. You can sound it out.
Okay, so 78 Cardinals. Who knows? And then you're in favor of the wide receiver double up, huh?
I want the wide receiver double up. I want Noel. I want both wide receivers. Yes. And then you can get your running back at 89. You know I'm the running back guy. You can get your running back at 89. You can get either Sampson or Johnson or Scatabo, whatever. And then day three, Jaden Blue, Smith.
Jaden Blue.
One of those guys. Joseph G says, how are your teeth so white, Landry? They're not. I think it's just the light. They're not like yellow, but they're not. That's a hell of a question right there, my friend. Are you hitting on me? I think it's just because of the light.
He's a Crest White Strips guy.
I do use those sometimes.
Well, then there you go.
Yeah, sometimes.
What are the Cardinals also need a wide receiver. Could also use an edge player. Could also use a guard. come on. Let's just announce the pick in the commercial. Who cares?
Could be rewarded for the running back. Well, they gotta have someone go up there and make the pick. I want the RB, man. I know. I'm not trying to. Tay on the chat says you're bailing on it. I'm not bailing, man. I'm just being open-minded now. It's a fluid process. I never wanted just a running back just for the sake of a running back. It's just the reality is, like, early on, there's always those opportunities, and sometimes they go away.
All right, let me see if I can annoy Landry appropriately. Offensive lineman, if the Texans wanted to select him. Jared Wilson from Georgia.
He's a center, though.
Marcus Bowe from Purdue.
You think they would draft a center here?
Miles Frazier from LSU. Wyatt Milam from West Virginia. And I would tell you they're probably done with tackles for a while.
Man, the safety value is crazy.
Landry, I had not thought about doubling up at wide receiver this early, but it's a good idea.
No, man. 2-piece.
It's a good idea. And then they can draft Rocco Bech to be their backup in a couple of years.
Nah, he's going to suck now. He's done.
Rocco Bech at Iowa State
sucks so bad now.
You're telling me Iowa State's not going to be back in the Big 12 championship?
Dude, he's going to be he is going to be throwing to receivers and getting so frustrated. Oh, you mean the Noel and Higgins thing wasn't normal? Ooh. He's about to fall off. Whatever his stats are, take the bottom. Here we go. Arizona Cardinals on the clock.
Jordan Birch and edge.
Okay, so there we go. Jordan Birch out of Oregon.
Did you know that Roy Lopez was a key departure for the Cardinals?
I really haven't thought about Roy Lopez except the fact that he's made both departure graphics.
Yeah, he's made a departure from Arizona and he's made the arrival in Detroit. You know what? I'm on board with the wide receiver double up. I don't want Jalen Royals though. That'd be silly. Also, the top three wide receivers on most people's boards are all Jalen's. Jalen Noel, Jalen Royals, Jalen Lane. Fun fact. I don't know anything about Jalen Lane. He has not crossed my desk in the pre-draft process.
All right.
Pick is in. They did not waste any time.
Okay.
They already ran Owen Daniels out there. Wait, what happened to Owen Daniels?
Here we go.
What happened to Owen Daniels? Oh! You called it.
The double up. The double
you called
up.
it.
The double up. Hey, go back and read that tweet. Go back and read that tweet, please.
You called it.
Pull up the tweet, dude. Let me just tell you all a little something. Pull back the tweet.
You called it. Well done, sir. Well done. Jalen Noel. So now your wide receiver room is squared away for the next few years because you've got Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, and then Nico Collins is under contract. So you are squared away at wide receiver for the next few seasons.
Yeah, you got your true slot guy, you got your outside guy. This is and look, this is just how it's shaped up, man. Like this is the ultimate example of
let the board come to you.
Example of the board coming to you.
Is Caserio going to do that goofy? Well, we thought about taking Jalen Noel at blah blah blah. Is he going to do that? I will say this. they must really believe that they've got enough human beings on the offensive line. They must feel pretty strongly about that.
Or they just didn't think any of the other options were anything more than human beings.
Sure. Yeah. No, that's a good point too.
So they just didn't.
I just got a text from Brooks Cabina.
Yeah.
Who knew Iowa State was wide receiver U? The Houston Cyclones. It's a weird color scheme, the old Cyclones. So it's honestly for Jalen Noel, it's a really great spot for him because they're going to ask a lot of Higgins, I would think initially, play opposite Nico Collins. They're going to ask a little bit less from Jalen Noel because they have Christian Kirk, but it's also just, hey, watch this guy do what he does and then try to be him. So
correct.
I do like it from that standpoint.
Look, it's just how it played out.
They probably had tremendous value on Jalen Noel.
That's just how it played out.
I also predict that Caserio moves out of 89.
I do not.
Okay.
I do not predict that, my friend.
Okay. We'll just go back and forth. Jalen Noel is a man.
He's a good player, man.
He is a very to be wide receiver 4 on this team. That is a really nice spot for him. Obviously, the future is he's wide receiver 3 and he's your slot player. I mean, reading from the Beast, Dane Brugler, his scouting report and college tape give flashbacks to those of Christian Kirk when he was an NFL draft prospect. Noel can have a similar pro career.
Yep.
Waiter, I'll take 2 Nico Collinses. What do you want? And I'll take 2 Christian Kirks, please. Yeah, thank you. Wow. That's pretty cool. Those guys get to play together again. What if they hate each other? What if they don't like each other? They were excited to play with another team.
There's zero chance they hate each other.
Yeah, no, they both seem like pretty good guys. Yeah,
there's zero chance.
Undersized. Okay, cool. That's what you deal with when you're a slot guy. Average catch radius. Again, that's what slot guys deal with. Big 12 co-special teams player of the year, all 12 Big 12 big first team all Big 12 punt returner, kick returner for whatever special teams is worth. And an honorable mention as an all Big 12 wide receiver. And Landry, what was Jalen Noel at Iowa State that the Texans love to have on their team?
Captain.
He was a team captain.
Yep. So there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. And these were 2 guys, like when we were talking about picking second pick in the second round, like there was talk about, who do you take? And a lot of people are actually split on these guys. It's about what you want. I think Noel is going to be more your true slot. We heard Caserio. I asked Caserio about Christian. He said that he thinks Christian Kirk is a guy that moves around. I actually mentioned him lining up on the outside at A&M. So you get that. Higgins is a guy who can line up in the slot too. He's a lot bigger. He's a red zone guy along with Nico Collins. So the wide receiver room right now, like you look at it, it looks a lot better. The offensive line, look, everybody would love to improve the offensive line. Everybody would love that, but they didn't think that the guys that were available were anything more than just bodies. And they got a new coach. They got a new philosophy. And you got to keep an eye on that. The one guy I will keep an eye on here, and I don't know if this is a trade up, they might draft him and you might say, damn, that's early. Jake Majors is someone that I would keep a very, very, very close eye on. Whether it's, I don't think they would do it this early, but tomorrow with the extra 6th, keep a close eye on Jake Majors because they have a strong fascination for Texas, and he's one of the leaders of that Texas group, and he's kind of like a culture type of guy. So keep an eye on that. And oh, by the way, they're only 7 spots away now and we'll see where the Texans go from there. But no problem at all with taking 2 Iowa State receivers. And if you don't believe me, go to the very front of this stream where I said, hey, and go to where I started out my morning too. And I said, watch out for the relationship between Matt Campbell and Nick Caley. So I think they did a good job here at the wide receiver position. I think they did an excellent job.
Well, one of my biggest concerns was there's not a lot of guys under contract beyond what Nico Collins' contract is. And Christian Kirk was a 1-year situation. Who knows if Xavier Hutchinson's even making the team. John Mechie's situation is not a concrete. And it's not like I understand Justin Watson is a 2-year deal. It could very easily be a 1-year deal. You now know for the next at least 3 seasons, Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, and Jalen Noel are all on this football team. So that is something CJ Stroud, who we expect to be the Texans quarterback for many years, can create a long-term relationship with these guys and grow with them. I would also say the fact that they took 2 wide receivers in this draft, it does not bode well for the future of Tank Dell.
Well, I mean, Tank Dell's going to, in a perfect scenario, he's going to come back and he's going to be one of those guys that's final year of his deal. I mean, they look, even they cannot function as if Tank Dell's going to be on their team next year. So I don't know that this has it. I mean, that's just, we knew that they,
I know we all had the idea that Tank Dell was not a factor in 2025, but I would tell you that this significantly impacts his future with the team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if these guys can play. And I think they can. But by the way, Fairchild gone too. So
there was a guard that went off the board. Yeah.
Yeah. Guard/center, whatever the hell. And then Kevin Winston Jr., the safety, he's going to be in the division. He's going to the old Oilers. I think that's a good pick by Tennessee.
Well,
I think he's a really good player.
I just assume if they draft the guy, he's not very good.
Not the worst assumption. Not the worst assumption. But yeah, Fairchild gone.
It's pretty weird that they have a Nico Collins clone and a Christian Kirk clone with Nico Collins and Christian Kirk on the team. Like, that's pretty weird.
I never really thought about it that way, but
like that's a very weird way to build your team, but also like it makes a lot of sense. The Noel pick actually makes a tremendous amount of sense when Kirk is just a 1-year deal. Because
I think they can play at the same time. Like I don't think they care about having 2 slots or anything like that. Pittsburgh, by the way, is picking.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, if Kirk's only here for a year and then Jalen Noel just takes over and he is the new Christian Kirk, that's a really good way to build out the future of your wide receiver room.
Boy, Pittsburgh doesn't take Shador at 83.
Damn. Caleb Johnson, Iowa, running back.
Good pick.
Real good pick for them.
Good pick.
Real good pick for them. That opens up the Scattaboo hope.
Yeah, I don't know when Scattaboo goes.
And another important element, and Derek brought this up, we haven't brought this up yet. Nico Collins, significant injury history. Christian Kirk, significant injury history. Having backups is not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I like this draft.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, they've done what they said they were going to do. They're not gonna just draft for need. They're gonna factor it all in. I think they've done a good job. Let's go to the super chat. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you. Hope you're at Karbach with us, Mignana.
Swarm.
Just joined late. What's your overall opinion of the draft choices so far? I like it. Stoots is depressed that they didn't get Tate Rattledge.
Well, I just don't know how Ursery plays in 2025.
JJ Staggs says, give me a wide receiver at 79 and Wyatt at 89. You got your one down, one to go. Wag says, Landry, you called it. Yeah.
You called it like an hour ago too. Like it's not like you called it when it was in like the late 50s.
Yeah, I said I would double up on the receivers, and I also said watch the Iowa State guys. The receipts on X. Who cares? One Mortal 2. It's kind of cool though. Is it a fluke? Coincidence? One Mortal 2 says, R.I.P. Mechie. I had faith in you, but later. Yeah, you can move on from him. I don't even know why he needs to be in camp, to be honest with you. HDAV Traveler says, cheers to Landry. Cheers to you. MHW8 Nation, the Iowa State Texans. It's definitely a lot of Iowa State there. Kevin Smith says, Mechie and Hutch are going to be looking for work soon. I think Hutchinson's still okay. Caserio brought him up yesterday. Jacob Parrish, by the way, is the pick out of Kansas State. He is the pick for the Tampa Bay.
Well, the Buccaneers went double corner here today. Imagine that. Well, I like Tampa's draft. Egbuka, the Notre Dame corner Morrison, K-State corner Parrish. That's a good draft.
That's really solid.
I don't think they're on the opponent's schedule.
Dame says over under 2.5 on Iowa State receivers. Well, it's already hit the over. So,
like, I think is he asking for like make the team?
So you're basically asking, does Xavier Hutchinson make the team?
Yeah. So Tampa coming to NRG Stadium in 2025. So you get those rookie corners going up against the rookie wideouts, maybe.
Sean Elvis said X and Mech gone.
No, big battle for those guys to get on the roster now. Tristan
W says Imbo at 89 inbound now.
Just Bo. He's like not. He's like a finesse guy, so I don't know if the Texans would like him.
Joel Perez says Mechie is a trade asset. What are you getting for him?
Incorrect. Can you trade with the
Maybe
UFL?
you can get a day 3. You can get a day 3 for Mechie?
Call Carolina.
Bryce, I know that y'all are tight.
John Mechie doesn't have any trade value. But call Carolina just in case.
Chris says this proves no Tank Dell right. Insane content.
Yeah, this is. I mean, Tank Dell is not. You couldn't plan on Tank Dell in 2025 in any way, shape, or form. But to me, this puts into significant question if he's ever going to play football for the Houston Texans again.
I thought that was already a question. I just think
I understand it was already it was something that we had talked about from the moment it happened. But this should be another, like, woo, like that's.
Well, it's going to be harder to make the team. Like I mean, I agree with that, but I think he's going to get the chance.
He'll get the chance, sure.
Yeah, he'll be in camp, and it'll be a lot more competitive than it was before. But yeah, but that's, I mean, it kind of is what it is. Texan says, Cody, tell Landry, who's the next offensive lineman we're about to pick. He played with these 2 wide receivers. It's your turn.
Okay, so if they drafted, I would not approve of this, but I understand what he's saying. Jalen Travis is an offensive line prospect from Iowa State. He's a giant human. He's 6'8", 339, and he's got extremely long arms. And most times players with his athletic profile and arm length don't make it out of the 3rd round. It would be a little early for Jalen Travis at 89. But if they're staying with the Cyclones, it would be crazy to do another developmental tackle at that.
By the way, the Chiefs just picked Noel Williams, cornerback out of Cal.
I'd love to tell you something, but I don't have anything.
Function says, is Wood still around? Don't remember. No, his contract's up.
Free agent.
Bye-bye. Justin Johnson says Noel's comp from John Harris was Christian Kirk. Same with Dane Brugler.
Yep. You're gonna hear that and read that a lot.
H-Town TD 2000, longtime fellas. Great to see the dynamic duo holding it down on draft day. Question between tight end and running back. Which one gets picked first with the remaining picks? And who would be the best fit on our offense if one got picked? I think you got to watch Dylan Sampson here at 89. They visited with him. They need a running back. He's kind of a decent complement to Joe Mixon. And really, he's 1-for-1 when it comes to starting. So if they're going to take a running back, it would be Dylan. Dylan, I don't know if Gunnar Helm is worthy of going this early. So, but if it's going to be running back, I think Sampson would be the guy to watch.
Sampson would be fun at 89. I don't think it's out of the question for Gunnar Helm there. I would tell you if they somehow got into the 5th round, or the late 4th round, or the early 5th round, or the mid 5th round, Jackson Hawes from Georgia Tech is just a blocking tight end. Like they would just take him and have him just go out there and be their blocking tight end. He just fits what they would maybe want to do with a late round pick. So if you think 89 is too rich for Gunnar Helm, just wait till the end of day 3 and draft one of the guys there.
C Beltway says, how far will Shedeur fall? He might. Day 3 is very, very possible.
How crazy is it if he doesn't get drafted?
At this point, not too crazy. Maybe. I don't think he's that good. Like I don't
agree.
think he's that good, and I also think there's a lot of extra stuff that comes with it. But it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of play it. Texan says, how do you skip my last super chat? Did not do it intentionally. If that happened, just title a chat in the normal thing. Hey, dumbass, and I'll read it. I don't. If we skipped it, that's on me. Just say, hey, dumbass, and I'll answer it. Work in the medical field in Houston. Talked to TOH surgeon about Dell's injury. Said 5% chance he's the same player pre-injury. Yeah, it's multiple. Like I would say 5% is crazy. I just want the guy to be able to move around. Like I don't know what he's gonna do, but yeah, 5% seems even high. Fraser, Holm, or Scatabo at 89. Pick one. I'm assuming he means Helm.
Helm.
Jamari Caldwell just went.
Former Cougar.
Former Coug, and then he went to Oregon.
Answering Barney's question, those 3. Screw it. Give me Scatabo. Give me Scatabo.
Is that a?
I'm off the guards now. I'm done with guard talk. I'm ready to Scatabo talk. But I would take Dylan Sampson before Scatabo.
Oh my God. All righty. Here we go.
All right, let's see here. Packers on the clock. I'll be right back.
All right, Cody will be back. We got the Packers on the clock. Keep an eye on that. A lot of you trying to spoil. We're not really in the spoil mode, but anyway, someone says, yeah, we already got that. Virtual OD, any worry CJ will hate playing with the Texans if we potentially they're not going to cut Tank. Like that's not what Cody's saying. Cody's just saying that there's more young guys now and it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I actually disagree with Cody. I thought that they should function in this draft as if Tank Dell was never going to play football again. And then in year 4, final year, if he competes and tries to make the team cool, but it's a little more difficult. I don't think that this would have had any impact because I don't think they should have completely depended on Tank coming back. If that makes sense. Devin says just traded with Jack, so you paid to spoil you jackass. So we'll get that. I'm just playing with you. So we'll await this trade with Jacksonville, which was spoiled in the super chat. Nothing we can do about it. So we have a trade with Jacksonville. Let's just go ahead and announce the.
You want the compensation?
Trade. Yeah, announce the compensation for the trade.
Okay. It is the Houston Texans moving back. Okay.
102 and a fifth. Hey. Yeah.
So Jacksonville gets 89 and 236. The Texans get 102 and 142.
That's great because now you can trade back to maybe Samson and Helm range, and you can be closer up on day 3 where you're talking like, I don't know, like they like these scat backs, man. Like I keep pointing to Smith and Blue, and those are the type of guys when you have extra picks, you look at Smith and Blue. So I would just keep an eye on that with the extra picks. But here, you might be talking Samson. You could be talking Helm. By the way, Savion Williams just went to Green Bay.
Brashard Smith from SMU is who you're talking about, right?
Yes, I'm talking about Brashard Smith. By the way, Savion Williams just went to Green Bay. So Green Bay has drafted 2 wide receivers.
I jinxed them. I said they weren't taking a wide receiver in the first round. Then they took Golden.
Well, I can't really blame you for feeling that way because that's usually the truth.
So 102 is a third round pick.
Yeah, they traded back.
It's the last pick of the third round.
Okay. Is he called Mr. Semi-Irrelevant?
No. It's a shame Green Bay didn't draft a real wide receiver in this draft.
Savion's a good gadget guy, man.
All right, so we're hanging for. I mean, we're here with you till the end of the third anyway. But now the Texans own the end of the third pick.
Yep. So it's going to wrap up here.
And it was
Jacksonville has taken Caleb Ransall.
Cool.
Name that team. Name that team.
He went to Tulane, by the way.
Name that team.
Name that team. 142 is the top of the 5th round, in case anybody was wondering. Is the 4th pick in the 5th round. So the last pick in the 3rd round and the 4th pick in the 5th round. I mean, you knew they were not going to sit here and have an 80 pick gap between their selections. You knew that wasn't going to be the case. I like that. I like that trade, by the way, picking up that 5th round pick.
No, yeah, because you want to get out of the 6th and you don't have a 4th. So maybe you can trade into the 4th by having the 5th. So it's just kind of you're adding picks, but not having the 4th kind of sucks. Now you can get up there. Like once they figure this thing out.
Caserio must be a nightmare if you play fantasy football with him.
You think Nick Caserio plays fantasy football?
Just saying.
Hell no. Hell no. John says, is Ursery tight end 3, or is he going to sit behind Howard?
Ursery is your backup left tackle as far as I'm considered right now.
Does he mean tackle 3? Yeah, I think he meant tackle 3.
I would tell you that he's your backup left tackle. I would be surprised. I would be surprised if Titus is playing tackle in training camp.
Let me ask you this. What if I got a good ass what if for you? This is going to make you think. This might get rid of the negativity that Cody's been bringing to this night.
To be fair, I turned it around.
Devin says, that's on me, my bad. Don't know what he meant. Jonathan says, Cody, what do you think about Cameron Williams? He's
awful. Should still be in college.
He's trash.
He might have lost Texas a national championship.
Luis Salas says Scatabo equals Stone Cold Steve Austin in the longest yard.
That was he. I don't know why I remember this. I know because I like the song. It's he like changes the music in the locker room, and he starts playing the air guitar. And he goes, "That's how a white man plays guitar," and it's like some band that doesn't actually have like a great guitarist.
The Jags took Wyatt Milam.
Milam.
Okay.
So I know a lot of people had wanted him maybe for the Texans. He only played tackle at West Virginia, and he looked awful at guard at the Senior Bowl. The guys abused him at guard. And he's going to play guard in the league, according to most people. So I don't know that fit for the Texans very well.
All right. Are you ready for this?
Yeah, give me this. What do you got for me?
What if instead of the Texans drafting another version of Blake Fisher with Ursery, what if they actually signed another version of Matt Khalil or Shaq Mason year 2, and Cam Robinson sucks, and Ursery and Fisher are your starting tackles, and Cam Robinson's just a bust flop veteran swing tackle? What if in this competition, Ursery just establishes himself as better than Cam Robinson, and you have a first year and a second year starting tackle that are both playing at a good level?
Then that's a good job to pivot from what Cam Robinson brings to the table. But then I would tell you, you wasted money on Cam Robinson that should have been spent on guard.
Yeah, you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't with Cody right now when it comes to the Texans.
Yeah, because, Kevin Zeitler made $9 million from the Tennessee Titans, and Cam Robinson's making $13 million from the Texans. Okay, well, if you knew you were going to get a tackle and Cam Robinson gets beat out.
They didn't know. It just happened that way.
Let me rephrase. I'm sorry. If your left tackle that you signed for $13 million gets beat out by a rookie, then you probably should have spent $9 million on the right guard, because Ed Ingram would start tomorrow if they had to play a football game. And he got ran out of Minnesota because he got benched in the middle of the year. Like, he was unplayable.
The Rams pick is in.
So Zeitler, I can't believe they feel like they have enough at guard. Unless Cole Popovich is a miracle worker.
In fairness, they might not feel like they have enough at guard, but they might feel that they couldn't have improved that guard situation with the picks. In fairness.
Okay. No, I understand what you're saying.
And also, in fairness of that, the pushback to me, they suck at offensive line. So what the hell do they know? And what the hell do we know?
Right. It does feel like this draft has been a pivot from we could not get a guard that we liked in the first round.
Very possible.
That's what it feels
Very
like.
Very possible. On the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Raging Cajun. Will Raging Cajun be joining us at Karbach tomorrow at 11 a.m.
TBD.
For the S&L draft party? Who knows? Will you be? Raging Cajun says Landry. And by the way, we're not streaming during that. This is let's hang out, let's chill, let's talk and all that. And we might do a wrap after, but we're eating pizza and drinking beer with you. The best beer in Houston. Raging Cajun, Landry. What we have right now on the O-line are just bodies. I'm worried for CJ. Look, I get it. Like, on paper, it's not the best offensive line, but we've seen them get stuff done, even in the Bobby system when they were kind of struggling on the offensive line. You got to hope they're coached better, and you got to hope these bodies are better than the bodies that they had last year. The tackle thing is going to be a problem, but maybe there's a little bit more cohesiveness without Tunsil. But I agree. But when we say stuff like this, like, well, they don't care about the offensive line, it's an assumption that they thought that they could significantly improve the offensive line, and they just said, no, thank you. That doesn't work that way. There might not have been the opportunity. So I don't think Cole Popovich and Nick Caley behind the scenes are sitting there saying, we feel awesome about this. I think that's happening.
Well, don't worry, Landry, because Juice Scruggs is a way better center than he is guard. Michael Brocker's been busy tonight.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Hey, who's at the presser? Who's at the draft?
I don't know.
Who can I text that's there?
Alexander?
Is Kunkel not there?
I don't think so. It doesn't feel like he works on weekends very often.
Oh, yeah, he gets Friday off.
And that's not a shot at Will. That's just, it doesn't feel like he usually works on weekends. And I think he has to go to Rockets tomorrow.
In the Bay?
Okay, I forgot they're on the road. I don't pay attention. It's draft time. What do I watch the Rockets for?
The Rams take Josiah Stewart out of Michigan.
He followed the Cougars all over God's green earth. It's not crazy that he'd go to the Bay.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not there. I thought Fox was always on the seam.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Fox was always on the scene. Why isn't Will Kunkel in the Bay?
Don't do that.
All right, so we're 10 spot. Baltimore. God, they're quick, man. Baltimore's got that quick release, man.
What future All-Pro is Baltimore drafting right now?
They just boom.
That's Baltimore.
Quick with that release.
Emory Jones, tackle from LSU. That's a scroll down.
He's 14 available on Daniel Jeremiah. It's not that far of a scroll down.
Just scroll down.
Let me ask you this. Do you think D'Amico Ryans wants to get extra swarmy and add some more bodies with a man who's got championship experience, Jack Sawyer, edge out of Ohio State?
No, thank you.
Hey, you're gonna hate me for saying this.
If you say Barron Sorrell or Braden Swinson, I'm in.
Barron Sorrell, by the way, LASIK surgery before his final year at Texas when he broke out. Pull up those stats and notice in that final season, LASIK surgery. They like Sorrell, I bet. I bet they will. But that's not who I'm talking about. At this point, Watts out of Notre Dame is a good value. He's a football player, man. Like
I'd be fine.
They just have the Petrie commitment that is so weird in this draft with where they are. But at some point, you got to consider it, right?
Watts is exactly what they would want out of a safety.
He's good.
I like him. 13 interceptions over the past 2 seasons.
Yeah, he's freaking good. He's a leader. They love Marcus Freeman. It's extra picks. I don't know, but the Seattle Seahawks, Sean Alexander. Remember his corny ass violin celebration?
Shador, my friend, I'm sorry. Jalen Milroe, Alabama.
Damn, let me guess. Sean Alexander goes, roll Tide.
They cut to Saban, and Saban's like a pageant mom was just going.
I'm telling you right now.
This guy's a winner.
Look,
he's a winner.
Look.
He's really good football player. He's a really good football player.
When we first brought this kid on campus, I'm telling you right now, he couldn't hit that right there, that desk right here. He couldn't hit it with a football, but he worked his ass off. He kept getting better. He learned. He's a good kid. He comes from a great family. My Nick Saban sucks, but you know what I mean.
Did I ever think about benching him? I'm not going to answer, so quit asking.
Common Sense 200. Texans take Sanders. Final pick of the 7th. What if Sanders is Mr. Irrelevant and he has to go in the Mr. Irrelevant parade?
Oh, my goodness. That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Eric J. Salas says, wish I could make the draft party, but what y'all's usual Karbach session beer? Cheers from San Antonio. Cheers to you. I love Hopadillo and I like Love Street. It's kind of a rotation. The Hopadillo Hazy and the Love Street Light is nice too, but really, I really do like everything from Karbach, to be honest with you.
I like their Love Street Citrus. It's very good. I usually don't go to the seasonals. And I have not tried their Mexican style lager yet, so I'm excited to try that. And I like a Crawford Bach. And they have a Ziegenbach.
Yeah, Crawford Bach goes in.
And they have a Ziegenbach now.
Yeah, Ziegenbach, no thank you.
All right, the Saints are on the clock. The pick is in for them. Man.
We're at 93. We're 9 picks away from a wrap.
Is there ever going to be a point where you're going to feel sad for Shador?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm just wondering.
No, and I mean, this is about where he should go. It was a weird.
Go ahead. Sorry.
It was a weird, it was a push, and I don't think some of these people are being very genuine with what they.
This should be Kuiper's last year.
It is. I mean, they're already showing Fields best available.
This should be Kuiper's last year. The Texans have had a very, obviously not where the players are from because Higgins is from Miami, but Iowa State, Minnesota, Iowa State. It's a very Midwest draft. Very Midwest draft. What's the next middle of the country school the Texans can pick from?
I don't know. I must Paneline says no, it's not. These other QBs aren't over him. He's in the same class as them. If he just went to Colorado with the air raid system that they're running and stuff, you wouldn't dot an I. We're making a big deal about Shador Sanders because they put him on national TV. It got gassed up, and this is where they're at. There's no he's not that much better than Jackson Dart. He's not that much better than Jalen Milroe, and Shuck sucks. I don't know about that, but
Shuck,
whatever. SHOUGH. But yeah, he's not good. I don't know. He's not a good player. He's just not. He's a system college QB, and this is just kind of where he's going. Pick recap till we pick again. What's the
All right, so here you go. 34th overall, the Houston Texans stayed put after their first round trade back. They took Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. After they took Jaden Higgins, they were hanging around for a little while, traded up from 58 to 48. That cost them the 99th overall pick. And they traded up for Ariante Ursery, tackle from Minnesota, left tackle from Minnesota. And then by the time they were back on the clock, the board had fallen so that they found themselves drafting from Iowa State yet again. 79th overall, the Houston Texans selected Jaden Higgins' teammate, Jalen Noel, at 79th overall. And then with the 89th overall pick, they traded back with the Jacksonville Jaguars and picked up 102 and 142 in that trade back.
And now we sit. Last pick of the third round, little trade back.
Yep.
Little extra move up ammunition. By the way, the Saints have taken Jonas Sanker, a safety out of Virginia.
How did he go before Watts?
Don't know. Like the guy though. He was at the combine. He's really really nice young man, honestly.
I like his name.
Yeah, he was a sharp dude.
There's got to be. I think there's this. My name is Jonas. Dun, 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 dun. I think there's a song.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Cody. I've never heard that one.
Well, you don't listen to anything but rap, so
I'll have to check that in the country and rap. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Weezer. My name is Jonas. There's a song.
Interesting.
I bet anything the chat backs me up on this.
Raphael says pick recap until we go again. We already did that. Trevor Alex on the soup says I have a hard time believing we go into next season with this interior offensive line. Do you agree odds are high that we use future draft capital for a starting guard?
I would not say odds are high. That's not how I would say it.
Yeah, I don't know what the secondary market is or anything like that. So I would they might have confidence in these guys. I don't know. Derek says, should I expect to see Lopez at the party tomorrow? Probably not. I would assume probably not.
Are people really serious about the let Shedeur back up CJ thing? That's just people joking, right?
I don't know. Cleveland, man. Cleveland was supposed to be linked to him. Like, this is crazy. I do like that Shedeur tweeted out, "Thank you, God, for everything" in the middle of all this. I thought that was a nicely done.
Boy, there's a high potential for motivational videos based around this.
Nate Davis says my goat is a Weezer fan.
I wouldn't say that I'm a Weezer fan. I'm just familiar that they had a song called "My Name Is Jonas," and I know that it starts with like "My name is Jonas." Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, not familiar with that one.
Wouldn't expect you to be. I'm a man of culture. You're not.
I'll take your word for it that exists. It looks like it's not very warm in Green Bay.
They should not have the draft in cold places.
Yeah, that does not look fun.
They should not have the draft in cold places. Poor what his name's escaping me, the college football insider that they have on all the time.
Thamel?
Pete Thamel's freezing to death.
He's awesome. 9 picks left, by the way. The Texans will conclude round 3. We'll see what the hell they do.
Dylan Sampson? Tennessee back? There's quite a few running backs I'd be interested in.
Yeah.
Maybe D'Amico's defender.
Maybe. I think the internet's about to go nuts, though.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. Dylan Gabriel, quarterback from Oregon, drafted by the Browns. Oh, man. Shedeur.
Wow. Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's a winner, though. Dylan Gabriel's a big winner. What would resume wise though? Like what makes Shedeur Sanders better than Dylan Gabriel?
It's resume. There's not.
Yeah, I mean he won at 3 schools. I mean, Shedeur Sanders won at Jackson State and he went to Colorado and I know that they turned it around, but I mean the talent improved too significantly. So look, man, like there's a lot of extra stuff there. He's not as good of a player as the attention that he got, and now it's kind of canceling out because as a result of the attention and the hype and everything like that, it kind of lumps into the type of player he was. So here you go. This is the fall. I don't know when he goes.
What an absolutely atrocious quarterback room from like an overall standpoint, though. What? Joe Flacco.
Pandeline is mad. She should give up. Like, we're
Joe
95 picks in and he hadn't gotten picked. Like, it's not. Why would I give up? You should give up. Like, I got 32 teams with me right now.
Flacco, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Deshaun Watson's corpse. What a quarterback room. That's rough. He might not get drafted.
He might not. Ambus says, I know what it is. I have no idea what it is. No clue. If Shedeur Sanders were awesome, I'm pretty sure someone would take him. He'll be able to figure it out. Mel Kiper, where you at, friend? Where you at, friend? All right, so this was a guy that some were mentioning with the Texans, New England. They are taking Jared Wilson. Interior offensive line out of UGA.
Man.
Some people were excited for him. Watts is still on the board. There's safety value. If you're looking at the running back, let me just pull this up. You have Dylan Sampson right here at 4, number 4 available.
I like Dylan Sampson.
And then really this might be where D'Amico gets his defensive guy, and then they figure some stuff out. If you're looking at Helm and Scatabo, they're at 23 and 24. We really didn't hear a lot about Scatabo. Scatabo's fallen too. So and not really fallen. He's going about where you thought. There was talk that maybe he gets into the 3rd, maybe he still does. But the notion that he's a top 5 RB, not really there. And the RB's kind of leveling out a little bit.
Also, I would say the fact that the Texans had the opportunity to draft both Wyatt Milam and Jared Wilson and decided not to draft them tells you how they felt about those players. And they could have drafted either one of those guys at 89. They decided to move off the pick.
Jay says, I will buy a Shedeur Sanders Roughnecks jersey.
Oh, that's mean.
Jacob Hyatt says Shedeur Sanders drafted by Houston, parentheses, Roughnecks. So we got Roughnecks jokes now.
Still mean.
Roughnecks. Wow.
Roughnecks. All right, Falcons pick is in.
Texans are on the clock, actually.
They traded up to 97.
They traded up to 97.
You want the comp?
I want the comp.
Texans cap with the comp. 102 and 142 for 97 and 187.
Okay. So they're keeping the same amount of picks. They're going back and forth, little ping pong action.
Okay, so they moved up 5 and then moved back. Oh, by the way, this was with Philadelphia. So go ahead. That's the annual Houston Texans Philadelphia trade. Howie Roseman and Nick Caserio must be on each other's favorites list.
Good job by Atlanta, by the way. Their defense kind of lost in the shuffle. We've talked about them trading the first round. I think Xavier Watts at 96. You could do a lot worse.
Well, Xavier Watts and Jesse Bates back there is a pretty fun tandem. Those are good football players. So they're on the clock. What are we doing here? Running back? That's what I would do.
Samson? You going Samson?
I would draft Samson. Yeah, sure.
He is the number 2 player available on Daniel Jeremiah rankings. Shedeur Sanders is number 1. So
I would also tell you, it felt to me like at the Senior Bowl, they paid a lot of attention to Devin Neal from Kansas. DJ Giddens from Kansas State's an interesting player if they're going running back. This also could be D'Amico's defender.
Yeah, D'Amico's got to come through, right?
I don't know. Is this Ty Robinson from Nebraska? Is this one of the edge guys? Remains to be seen. Oh, pick is in.
There you go. There it is. Okay, corner.
Jalen Smith, cornerback from USC. They had a meeting with him, and there's your depth cornerback piece / special teams contributor / that.
Yeah, and I mean USC's been pretty good to them. So I mean this same round, last year they took a guy from USC and they like what this guy brings too. So again, I'm very slow to criticize anything they do on defense.
Yeah. There's your depth piece of cornerback. You've been asking for it.
I mean, I think it's an underrated need. So
I'm gonna have to do some learning
on Jalen Smith.
Mm-hmm.
See what he's got. So there's your day 2, unless something else happens.
Okay. I know Daniel Jeremiah had a much higher. Dane Brugler had Jalen Smith as a 6th, 7th round guy.
Okay. What does he have to say about him?
3-year starter at USC, moved from nickel to outside cornerback. Did not allow a touchdown catch in 2024, 2 interceptions. Quick, not explosive. Smooth. Nose to nose with receivers in press coverage. Does a good job in zone. He's critical of his lack of size. Smith only checks in at 5'11", 187. And he'll just need to prove that he can stay healthy to stay on a roster. All right. Defensive MVP from the 2023 USC bowl game.
USC was not very well coached, so maybe the Texans just feel like they can develop him.
I'll be interested to hear what he has to say about Kalen Bullock and what Kalen Bullock has to say about him.
It feels like Kalen Bullock would get along with every single one of his teammates.
Yeah, yeah, sure. So the O-line crowd got satisfied by the tackle. And then they finally got D'Amico Ryans his defender.
Yeah, and corner depth has been it's a problem.
If he turns into a depth piece at cornerback, no questions asked for the next 3 years. You know exactly who your 1, 2, and 3 are at cornerback. Obviously, Ronald Darby's on the team now, but if Smith turns into cornerback 3, then for 3 seasons who the cornerbacks are on this team: Stingley, Kamar Lassiter, and Smith.
Yeah, if they evaluated this correctly and they figure it out, then that's a very, very, very that is a need that you cannot neglect. And as much as I like running backs, I guess you just got to figure something out, and there'll be opportunities down the line.
At this pace, there's going to be about 5 to 10 running backs you could draft the next time they're on the clock.
Yeah, the running backs are getting significantly ignored, for sure. It does feel like it's kind of gone, and the run, there was a brief little Ohio State run, and then it just kind of bye-bye. Raphael says, womp womp, great draft coverage, fellas. Wish I could be there tomorrow. Send me one of those 6 shirts. The new S&L shirt. Yeah, we'll be there. Karbach tomorrow, 11 a.m.
That is a pretty peculiar trade up.
Well, maybe they just didn't want to risk it. Maybe they just really wanted him and they wanted to go home. Maybe they were hungry. Maybe they need to use the restroom.
Got to have this guy. I mean, look, I was critical of where Kalen Bullock rated on Brugler's board last year, and Brugler had him, situated a little wrong. Maybe the same case is the same. Maybe it's the same case with Smith. Not even 200 pounds though. That's tiny guy.
So that means my man Kobe Bryant is not going to be a Texan. Damn it.
Well, no, maybe they double up at corner. Maybe they can double up at wide receiver.
Double up at under 200-pound corner?
Yeah, sure. Why not? This has been this has been a very strange back end of the third round here.
There's the Red Raider, Caleb Rogers out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a day 3 guy. Like middle to late day 3.
The Raiders.
Good for him. He'll probably be better at football than Tyree Wilson was. Not great when you spend a 7th overall pick on him and he can't even get on the field.
Tyree was a very hipstery pick. There was some interesting dialogue about him.
Oh, he was connected to the Texans for a long time.
Yes.
He was connected to the Texans for a long time.
Yes.
So I'm seeing a lot of people just call Smith despite the fact he played outside for USC this year. I'm seeing a lot of people just call him a nickel. So
another nickel.
So this is the coverage element of the Petrie position.
Another.
I didn't like that trade up.
They still have as many picks though, so you don't have to be too upset.
Yeah, I mean they moved back around.
They'll probably look at it as, well, we cut the distance, we cut the distance from where we are, and we can't bring in too many picks. Were you high on Tyree?
No. Not at all. Bolt and Boone is misremembering.
Yeah, because I don't remember that. Charles Grant out of William and Mary. How about that? All right, let's play it. Give us a highlight tape, please. Give us a highlight. Here we go. Charles Grant. He is our next participant in the game that is sweeping the S&L community. Hit the highlight tape. Hit the highlight tape.
I will say they haven't had to dip into any of the future stuff in some of these move arounds. So I do like that aspect of it.
Here we go. It's time to play Name That Team. Charles Grant highlights are on Name That Team. Oh, they're not even going to play us highlights. They're playing him basically volunteering at the student recreation center or whatever the hell is going on there. That's when you know the highlights are bad. Oh, he's like a doctor, huh?
He's a doctor?
I don't know. I mean, I'm probably exaggerating. It looks like he's doing something medical, or maybe he was sick. He's a donor. No, he's a donor.
Oh, okay. For
Yeah,
what's he donating?
Blood? I don't know.
Okay.
This is look
I mean, with that physical profile.
The sound's not on, so we're just trying to guess. We're with the stream, so I don't know what's going on with him.
With that physical profile, he could donate something else. People might be excited. You know what I mean?
Maybe. Jay says this draft feels like every team except the Texans watch S&L for the past few months. What do you mean? They took the Iowa State receivers that I was wanting. That was it. I didn't get in the O-line business.
Yeah, that might be the last time I do.
A lot of people accusing Nick Caserio of being trade happy.
He's trying to keep his record.
What if he values that record? What if Nick Caserio really does actually like? What if he really does like most trades among all GMs?
If somebody asked him about that, he would have a very flippant answer about it.
What do you mean?
he would just be like, we're just trying to pick the best player. It doesn't matter to us how we get there. We just want to pick the best players.
So do you believe him?
That he's not trying to, oh my God, I can't believe this just happened. I am so disappointed. We'll have to listen to get the context here. We got one of the draft prospects dropped to Houston. We have a problem.
What?
Hello,
Jalen.
what's going on, Coach?
It's Coach Ryan's here with the Texans.
Oh yeah, what's going on, Coach? How you doing, man?
You ready to be a Texan?
Man, let's do it, big dog.
Let's
do it, big dog. Let's do it. Let's do it, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh, man. Yes, sir. Hey, love it, man. We're fired up to get you, man, and felt like you were already a Texan. Now we make it official.
Come on, man. Yes, sir, man. Houston, we got a problem, man. Let's do it, Coach. Let's do it.
All right, hey, I'm gonna pass you over to our office down there.
Oh no. Say it ain't so, Jalen. Say it ain't so. He was pumped. He was pumped, though.
He didn't know.
He was pumped.
He didn't know.
Man, what is Jaden? A lot of J names here in this draft. Strange.
All right, 49ers on the clock. SG3, great stream. Thank you. Appreciate you, my friend. Super stream, baby. Austin Savage with the remaining picks. Who do y'all think we get?
And they're not on the board again until the 6th round.
I think you can basically just have a board of Texas Longhorns tomorrow and you'll be fine. If you have Helm, Blue, Sorrel, just pick all Longhorns. Nick Caserio loves them.
A couple of the guys that got drafted in this round, I would have told you would be available in the 6th round, but
San
like they're not.
Who is this reading this pick?
Upton Stout, H-Town, North Shore.
Upton Stout. He goes out of
Western Kentucky. WKU. Ursery is a cardboard cutout. Poor draft D-. That's a little mean, Paul.
I feel like you've kind of mellowed out on him.
I've said this from the beginning. I understand it for 2026. I still understand it for 2025. Maybe I'm sitting there sweating my ass off in August and I understand it.
Watch the film, says new kicker in the 7th round. Let's go. Let's get the best kicker. The number 1.
There's no such thing as the best kicker.
Raphael says that many trades by Nick. It's like the guy at the office trying to look busy. He just called Nick a fake hustler. Is Nick Caserio, does he just try to be cute?
No, he would never admit it if that's the truth, but he feels like he has to do this to get this player in this situation, so on and so forth.
So you don't think that do you think he's reckless at all?
No, because I don't believe he values fourth round on every year the same way.
But he trades every year the same way. That's the point. Like the point is, like, I think the pushback, and I'm not trying to be the devil's advocate guy, but there's a lot of people in the chat that feel this way. Not everyone. I'm not speaking for everyone, but I agree with you that each draft is different and it's fluid. He always says that. But every year, regardless of what the situation is, his ass is trading all over the place.
I mean, it does not seem like he thinks the start of day 3 is going to be very good this year. Because
Savion Jones, edge out of LSU, is going to Denver.
Like last year, they had the the late fourth, and they moved up for Stover because they wanted him in the fourth.
Minnesota is on the clock. So will Shador Sanders fall to day 3?
At this point, the Titans should take him and just do the old Kirk Cousins thing.
And by the way, this is as much ESPN's fault as anyone. Like, just leave the kid alone. Y'all gassed him up and stuff, and then now all of a sudden, like, this is happening. Like, just let the kid do his thing. Let him go through this and figure it out. Final pick.
Day 2 is about to wrap up.
Day 2, and then it's on to the party. And the party is exactly 12 hours and 40 minutes away. 12 hours, 40 minutes, Karbach in the Biergarten. By the way, hold on just a sec, Stoots.
Okay.
Look at this.
Look at that. Oh, look at that beauty. Look at that beauty. You have that for the folks tomorrow, huh?
Got some shirts, man. Got some shirts.
There we go. Well, the Vikings fans trying to take over Green Bay as all 7 of them do the skull chant. Have fun with JJ McCarthy, buds.
Yeah, we got some shirts, and then for some reason at the top of the shirts there was like a car tarp.
A what?
A car tarp.
A car tarp?
A car tarp with the logos on it and everything like that.
Like that covers your car so it doesn't get...
Ty Felton is the final pick of day 2. What, dude?
You're making fun of me because I have to get fat guy shirts.
Kevin Smith on the stream. He says, great stream again, guys. Won't be there tomorrow. Gonna be out on the boat fishing. Everyone swarm that like button for S&L. Yes, sir.
I thought the t-shirt guy like threw you in a bonus. No, you're just making fun of my 4X shirt.
You were like thinking about the car tarp. Wow, how do we promote that? We can put the tarp over the car with the S&L logo and everything like that.
I was very confused. I was like, what a weird throw-in.
Yeah, we'll raffle off the tickets, and then we'll do more shirts again. So this isn't going to be the first batch. We got you covered. We're not selling raffle tickets. We'll give them away. Virtual OD says CJ, Anderson, Lassie, Bullock, Nico, Stingley, Petrie, Toto, and Harris. Give me a GM with a better track record than that.
Howard L. Roseman.
They've done a good job of building a defense. Nobody questions that. The offense is kind of where the concern is. Texan says Landry's a jerk, LOL. Come on. Toke with me says, appreciate the hard workers, fellas. Many laughs and good insight. Wish I could make it tomorrow next year for sure. See, that's confidence right there because he knows there's going to be a next year. DraftaMania Part 2. Karbach, Mignana. Boom.
Yeah,
have you gotten over your Rattledge concern?
Yeah, I mean, it just the way they acted is there's nothing to worry about with the offensive line's interior. I mean, I started driving the Lake and Tomlinson train weeks ago. Choo choo. We're going real slow. It's just 2 people. It's not even actually a train. It's just one of those little hand carts that you just move up and down. But, Lake and Tomlinson's going to fix everything, guys.
Lakin is a leader, man. He's going to develop these guys.
And then, Ed Ingram, he was just miscast in a really good offense with a really good coach and a really good scheme. He was just miscast,
Mab Squad 1914. Why the corner instead of the DT, DE, RB, or OG? Well, the running back they figured could be there tomorrow. They're right. The tight end, Gunnar Helm's really the only one they've been connected to, although there's still a little bit of Fedone and Halls. Watch out for those two tight ends. So they like Fedone, I'm sure. They like Halls. They like Helm, maybe. So they're running back. It feels like they like Smith and Blue. They visited with Sampson, so they're back there. The offensive guard, I don't even know where the hell you're going if you want to get them an offensive guard. And then DT, there's some guys falling back there. So I say all that to say, I don't know when the hell this corner was going to go. So I don't really know how to answer that. I tried to lay it out, but then the whole value explanation is gone. So I really don't know, my friend.
I mean, he was at least a top 150 guy for Jeremiah. He's 114. They drafted him at 90, whatever, 97.
Someone says the shirts, we're just raffling them off. We're not selling shirts. We gotcha.
Yeah, just be at Karbach tomorrow. And if you don't make it to Karbach, send an email. We'll do what we can. There'll be multiple opportunities down the road for shirts.
Yeah, there's plenty more where this came from. So we gotcha. Wag says, what's your starting offense next year? I mean, at wide receiver, it's going to be Nico. It's going to be Kirk. And then.
Oh, good God Almighty. They just killed CJ Stroud. He got sacked again. Good God Almighty. He didn't know if it was Nico Collins or Jaden Higgins. He had no idea they looked the same.
Yeah, I don't know. Have a great night, gents. Respect. Thank you. Shout out to you, Wags. Appreciate it.
Wags, appreciate you.
All right, so we're 5 hours deep here. So the super DraftaMania is complete. The party is tomorrow. And Texans Cap just said, peace out. See you at Karbach tomorrow night with Landry and Cody. So Texans Cap is going there. Mike Meltzer will be there as well. So
I can't wait to watch him nurse one beer for 4 hours.
Oh, God. I just would rather him get a water.
I'd like a coffee, please.
How many times have we gone to a bar with Meltzer and he asks them if they have coffee at like midnight?
And then he's like, they go, yes. And then he goes, do you have decaf?
No. And then the most embarrassing thing is, when you offer something and you try to kind of preface it as you're a pain in the ass, but I'm offering it because I want to. It's like, hey, Cody, I wouldn't mind helping you move or, something like that. Like, oh, yeah, I would like to, but, blah, blah, blah. They're always like, yeah, we have it, but we don't really have, would you, we usually stop serving it at blah, 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 but would you want us to brew some?
We made it 8 hours ago.
Yeah. Would you want us to brew some?
I cannot even imagine how many cups of microwaved coffee Mike is accidentally drinking at a restaurant.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, okay. Y'all have coffee?
This. How about Rafi from Craft Pita?
Oh, wow.
He's
look
gonna
at
try
him.
to hit it up, Karbach.
Look at Rafi.
All right, come on out. See us.
Rafi.
It was his birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Rafi. He held his own. I was worried about him when he was on that show.
Alex versus America.
He was very offended though, and he kept his cool. He didn't really think there was a Mediterranean vibe there. He kind of held his cool.
I agree. I agree with him.
But then he held his own and he finished second. It's good. Good job.
He says, drinking at 11. As soon as they'll serve me one.
We'll wrap this up on the chat. Super sticker from Certified Texan. Super stick. Thank you. HDAV Traveler. Awesome show tonight. Looking forward to meeting Cody, Landry, and anyone who is there. Shout out to HDAV Traveler, the man, the myth, the
looking forward to meeting you too, man. And everybody that comes out, we're gonna have a lot of fun. And if you can't make it out, there'll be plenty of events in the future, and it's gonna be fun and plenty to chat about. And maybe Caserio make another 17 trades tomorrow. We can all try to keep track of it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see you tomorrow at Karbach. Reminder, 11 a.m. We're going to be there throughout the draft, so you don't have to like rush and get there at 11. We'll be there. We'll be chilling. No streaming, just hanging out, talking draft like this, talking about what they did and mingling with the people. Thanks to everyone who made DraftaMania Volume 1 a success. We look forward to continuing this throughout the season. Subscribe to S&L, subscribe to the locker room, subscribe to HOUfootball.com, subscribe to Stoots' channel. We'll see you at Karbach, and I'll be live on in the locker room probably like 20-25 minutes.
Maxwell with a super chat here at the end. I don't drink, but I'll be at Karbach all the same. That's fine. They got pizza.
I don't care.
They got non-alcoholics. They got the pub food for you. It'd be great. And Turner Butts.
Yeah.
Which might be a fake name.
I don't really drink as much as I used to. Turner Butts.
Turner Butts.
Isn't that like the old Simpsons prank? Who knows? All right, so just to reset, read off the picks real quick to the people.
34th overall, Iowa State wide receiver Jaden Higgins. 48th overall via trade up, Minnesota tackle Ariante Ursery. 79th overall, Iowa State wide receiver Jalen Noel. And 97th overall, USC safety Jalen Smith.
All right, so there we go. Appreciate everyone for rolling through. Subscribe, like, right along. Always remember, when it comes to this Texan stuff, whether they're drafting Iowa State receivers or they're drafting project tackles
that you don't know where they fit in 2025.
Well, might start. When it comes to this Texan stuff, we're all in it together.
Eat good, sleep good, be good. We'll talk Texans again soon. See you tomorrow. Karbach Brewing at 11 a.m. in the Biergarten.
All righty.